Alrighty, let us get started right into the Old Gods review. They released all the cards today during their live stream, and I've been dying to look at all of them. So we're gonna go one by one, class by class. We're gonna right down the line, Druid, all the way down.
We'll have Cody in the background.
Yeah, Cody's going to be in the background.
Right
this guy right here, he's going to be in the background. He's going to be.
I'm going to be a scrub that goes, no, that card sucks.
Yeah.
And then calls him and be like, no, it's okay because of this. And then I'll be like, oh, I didn't even know punch him.
There you go. Okay, so let me get this set up real quick. Take me a half second. That. And boom, we're ready. Okay, so first new card. Mark of Yorsage. Give a minion +2/+2 if the beast draw a card, 2 mana. So this card basically is like Mark of the Wild, except take away the taunt. And
can I vote off immediately?
Go ahead.
You'll just go through it. Like, I'll vote great card. I vote automatically great, and then we'll go with that.
Okay, so that's the okay. I believe this card will be okay. If in a Druid beast archetype Druid deck, it might be great because you get you get the value of a 2/2 added to your creature, and then you draw a card if it's a beast. But 9 times out of 10, that's probably not going to last long enough to do anything. Like you're not going to have a beast sit on the board long enough to put this on. And if you do, I mean, I guess it's okay. It's cheap enough at 2 mana. You could play a beast and then play that, so you would get +2/+2 and draw a card. But why are you drawing a card? Is there a necessity? Is I guess the way it would be is you're building your beast deck around having a lot of beasts.
It would probably be better in the way that you're
You don't
thinking.
have to yell, by the way. It'll pick you up.
Oh, no, I'm saying it'd probably be better in the way that you're thinking if it was a +1/+1 taunt.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the giving +2/+2 is great to make your minions survive longer, but you're investing 2 mana to do that. I mean, that's 2 mana. It's a whole card in your deck. You got to remember.
I was going to say the whole card in your deck comes down to the draw and why are you cycling? Because that's what that really is. If you're putting it on a beast, you're cycling.
And why? Did you need to cycle? And if so, you need to have a beast to be able to cycle. Which anyway, I'm not going to spend too many on one card because there's 134, and so it's going to take like 3 hours to get through every single card if we stop and go through every possibility. But this one's a good one to talk about because it can be used in synergy-wise with Mark of the Wild, in that you can give your creature +2/+2 and taunt, and then you can give it another +2/+2 and draw a card. Then we're thinking about cards like BGH, we're talking about hard removal like Hex, but then that's okay because you want them to waste all that on that, and then you play something like one of the new legendaries, and then they're like, oh, I don't have any removal to remove that. So this makes your okay card better, possibly draw removal, which is good, and you draw a card if it's a beast. I think this card's great. I don't know if it'll be involved in a lot of Druid decks, but I think it's okay. Okay, next card is going to be Feral Rage. I think this card is insane. Like,
my initial is it could be good, probably not going to be good.
Okay, and I see where Cody comes from with that, but I think this card's going to be insane because it's not giving you the 4 armor like Bite is, where if it's a 4 mana, I realize if it gives, it's not giving you it's not a 4 mana. Give your hero 4 attack and 4 armor. Now, what's great about Bite is the 4 armor you get from it, but Feral Rage, you're really not using that you're using it as the ultimate use your face to remove stuff, which can be good if you have some kind of heal or anything like that, which I'm assuming more heal is going to be ran. We're going to be a slightly more control-y kind of meta, not so rush, hit face, everything dies, especially with a lot of the changes to the basic and classic cards. Cody.
Isn't Bite already a 4 attack, 4 armor, whereas this is already a 4 attack or 8 armor?
Yes, and Feral Rage is 1 mana less.
Ah, okay.
So it's 4 mana, 4 attack, 4 armor, whereas this is 3 mana, 4 attack, or you gain 8 armor, which I think is crazy good. 3 mana, gain 8 armor is like
what Druid needs.
Druid needs to be able to survive in the late game. So if you draw this card in the late game, it's not dead. You can play and gain 8 armor. That's like a healing touch. Now, some people will go, well, why don't you just run healing touch?
Healing touch doesn't do 4 damage.
Healing touch
and
can't do 4 damage.
That's if you're missing 8 health. This
gives you 8
health
armor.
No matter what.
Yes, it gives you, like Cody pointed out, it gives you armor, which is stacks on top of your health. So you could be at 30 health and use this, and you'd be at 38 health. That's amazing. That gives this card the amount of oomph that it needs to actually be a good card. Again, I'm not quite sure how many decks are going to run this. It's going to be in a more like a control type of druid, I would say, but I don't think that's completely out of the ballpark for a druid deck. Even one that's more mid-rangey, wants to put minions on the board and stuff. Okay, here's the next card. The next card is Dark Iroquois. So there's going to be...
Whoa. I vote this one as good. I vote this one as a good card in general, minus the whole Cthulhu part. You don't even need that. It's a good card in general.
I think this card will be great, like really great, for a Cthulhu deck. It's the perfect thing. It's a 6 mana 5/7 taunt. Give your Cthulhu +3/+3. Now, for those who don't know who Cthulhu is, we'll get to him a lot later because I think this goes through all the class cards and then the neutrals. Cthulhu is a 10 mana 6/6. Whenever you play him, deal his attack by 1, meaning, okay, so he starts with 6 attack, and when you play him, you deal 6 at one at a time, meaning you 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage to all of your all the enemy characters randomly. So the whole theme of Cthulhu is you're going to have him in your deck, you have him in your hand, whatever. You're going to play these cards that are called cultist cards that are basically going to affect your Cthulhu. He's going to give you your Cthulhu attack and health. So eventually when you play your Cthulhu, it won't just be a 6/6, because that would be garbagey. A 10 mana 6/6 that deals 6 damage randomly. No, that would be terrible. So you could per se get to like a 10 mana 20/20, and then you just play this and he just blasts your enemy with 20 damage. So this is one of those cards that'll really help Cthulhu shine. Not only is just as the Cthulhu the card, but actually still have a strong deck behind Cthulhu, because that's kind of what you need. I mean, 9 times out of 10, at least in the current meta, you're not going to be able to play Cthulhu. You'll get to turn 10 and you'll play Cthulhu, and either you'll have won the game already, like you wouldn't have needed Cthulhu to win, or it's not going to save you from what your opponent has to kill you, most likely. So this is like a great support to say your deck is not going to just be a piece of shit waiting for this Cthulhu to magically come out. It's going to have some strength. It's going to have some body. The only thing I don't like about this is it's not a beast. If it was a beast, I feel like it would be really strong. Like maybe a little overpowered if it was a beast. So that's probably why it's not a beast. But all right, that's Dark Iroquois. Next card we have is Addled Grizzly. Cody, your opinion? And a lot of these cards Cody will be seeing for the first time, and me. I haven't seen all these cards.
I give it a plus, depending on. I guess it's going to be one of those things where it's part of a combo, so it's going to be a combo card by itself, I guess. As a combo, probably going to be good, really good. I feel like it's going to be strong, especially with because you can just summon any minion.
Yeah.
So any minion, like taunt minions and stuff like that could protect this potentially. And unless you're coming up against a class that can just ping it or whatever, like mage or something, or just pew it, it's sort of like it kind of demands its own like hex or polymorph
removal.
Or any of those things. Which for a card that's 3 mana that does something that good, I feel like it's sort of like an inspire. Except you don't have to inspire it; it just does it, and it will demand that much removal.
So what I like about this card is it's basically Druid's own Hobgoblin, except the creature that you play doesn't have to be a 1 attack. It can be any attack amount that you want. And what I see with this being a crazy combo for this is you play this, and then you play like let's see, you have so this is 3 mana. Dark Whispers is 6 mana. So you play this, and then you play Dark Whispers, and you summon 5 Wisps. But instead of being 5 1/1s, there'll be 5 2/2s. So you'll have 6 2/2s on turn 9. Yeah, that's really susceptible to a lot of kind of board clears, and obviously that's where the ultimate downfall of any kind of thing like that, which is why Dark Whispers playing as 5 Wisps is garbage most of the time, because most of the time they're not going to survive long enough to do anything. And even if you have, like, let's say Dark Whispers, which is 6 mana, and then you have 2 of the Power of the Wild card, which is, give your minions +1/+1 or summon a 3/2 Panther. Unless you play like that on turn 10, you play Dark Whispers for the 5 Wisps, and then you double buff them with Power of the Wild. That's still not going to be that great, because if you're fighting Mage, your Mage is just going to Flame Strike you, and you're going to lose instantaneously. Or, it just depends. Holy Nova from Priest with any kind of spell power, or Excavated Evil, Hellfire from Warlock, and Shadow Flame. Most of the time, anything where you load up the board with a bunch of weenies that you slightly buff, it's just going to get punished by board clear altogether. So this card has varying ability to be good. If you use it as like a kind of like a value, like almost as like a Zoo-esque, you might get some decent value out of it. Like you play it on turn 3, and not on turn 3. You play it on like turn 6. You play it, and then you play like 3 1-drops.
The question is there anything that currently exists in the game or in the meta, either previously as fire or otherwise, that can buff this up, like Power of the Wild and that kind of stuff?
This is the card that you are going to want to use Mark of Visage on. This is going to be the 4/4 draw you a card, because this card, you're going to play it, and you're going to want to synergize immediately with using it. So you'd play this on like turn 5.
So a
5 mana 4/4.
Draw a card 4/4. Every time you play a minion, it gets buffed by +1/+.
This is the kind of card that Druid's gonna like coming up with that Mark of Visage. I think so. This card, like I said, has varying ability to be good, has varying ability to be bad, because 3 mana 2/2, the body sucks. It could get traded into. If we're talking about like a value game, I've been skipping out on like the arena, because I don't play super lots of arena, but I do play enough arena to say I have an opinion on it. This card will be terrible in arena. Garbage. Like, you will never want to pick this card in arena, I'm pretty sure, because first of all, it's in the rare slot. Second of all, it doesn't do enough. Tempo is like a huge part of arena. Playing this on turn 3, just it by itself on turn 3, your opponent 9 times out of 10 is going to have some kind of 2-drop that can kill this. And you don't want to waste your entire turn 3 playing it just by itself. And you're not going to want to really save this card to combo with anything else either, because 9 times out of 10 it's going to get traded into because of the board that they have. It's like one of my favorite streamer, Kriparian, likes to call it a win more card. If you're already winning, you play this card and you play a bunch of other things on top of it, it's like you just start winning more. You can't help but win more. And win more cards have the trouble or the issue of, if you're not winning, or even if you're like, you're kind of like half and half, like you're not really winning, your enemy's not really winning, this card is not going to put you over the edge. If anything, it's actually going to take you under. You're going to lose value while trying to play this kind of card. So let me go back really quick on just the last few. The last few have been common, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the last 3 have been common. This is going to be a variably okay card in Arena. It depends on how many beasts you have in your draft. I think if you have a lot of beasts in your draft already, this card is going to be amazing. You're going to have a 2/2, +2/2 body, draw a card. There's not as much removal in Arena, so you're going to see a lot more value out of this card. This card... it could be good for the removal of like the 4 damage for 3 mana. I mean, that's really great, especially if they get something crazy out like a spider tank or something, or just one of those really high value. Well, actually in Arena, spider tank won't exist because of GVG being removed. But anyway, if you get out like one of those high value 3-drops, you know what I'm talking about, like something like spider tank. Or it's like it's a priest and they drop Dark Cultist on a dead board, and you could just kill it immediately and remove it. But then you got to think about the same thing as with Arena. You got to think tempo based. You got to play something and be able to remove your opponent's board. That's the only way you're really going to win. Or if you can't win that way, then you try and load up the board and trade efficiently and get it done that way. But anyway, this card is not going to be in the Arena, so. They said Blizzard has already announced that every single Cthulhu card, including Cthulhu, obviously, so Cthulhu in his 13, 14, I don't know what the amount of cultist cards there are not going to be included in the Arena, so this card has no impact on the Arena. Otherwise, this card is amazing in Arena. This card would be great in Arena. Even if you didn't have the Cthulhu to obviously play it on top of, just the 6 mana 5/7 taunt common slot for Druid, that would be amazing. But anyway. I already said what I felt about this one. Okay, next card we have is the Klaxi Amberweaver. Here's Cody's opinion.
Gain +5 health to your character?
No, gain +5 health to the creature. so it becomes a 4/10.
Is this from anywhere in the deck?
Yes, if your Cthulhu has 10 attack, no matter where it's
from
at.
anywhere in the deck. Wait, now if your Cthulhu dies, that's not considered anywhere,
No.
right? There's no graveyard.
No.
Okay, so
It's if your Cthulhu has at least 10 attack. On the field, in your hand, in the deck, it doesn't matter.
Wow. I think it's just a generally good card. I'd like to see an affix on it, like Bug, Beast.
Yeah, Beast.
You know, something. Even if it's not like something they intend to work with yet.
Like Bug or something.
Yeah, Bug, like insect, bug, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a solid card. I think if it becomes a 4/10, things like giving it 2+2/+2 taunt makes it huge.
Yeah.
Makes it BGH.
It makes it.
You know, even
Well,
though it can't.
yeah, I was gonna say it couldn't.
you
That's
can't.
the great thing. It'd be a 6/12. You can't BGH. You'd have to hard remove with like Hex
and so
and
that's
any
why
of
I think it's good.
Well, keep in mind this is not going in the arena ever because it's a Cthulhu card. So
Oh, it
we're
is a
thinking,
Cthulhu card.
yeah, it's strictly if your Cthulhu has at least 10 attack.
And it's also a battle cry. I didn't realize that. It's the first time I've seen this. I would say it's a good card generally because not only is it sort of like a Yeti for the class itself, but if you do get that damage, but the only thing I dislike about it is it requires you to have that. Like this is like it can be played on 4, but you're gonna hold on to this till you get the 10 attack, which
You're not gonna want to.
exactly. So. And
Yep.
then it begs the question: is there going to be a little counter? Is there going to be a little thing that says, you know, Cthulhu in your deck?
It will
and there's a
be
little
it will be
counter?
yellow if it'll activate. It will not if it won't.
Okay, because I was going to say
Like all the
otherwise,
other,
how,
you know.
how do you know how do you know how much you have? You know.
You don't until you play an effect, and then it actually like a little portal comes on screen. They've shown the effect for it already. A little portal comes on the screen, and Cthulhu pops out, and then it adds the attack and defense to Cthulhu, and then he goes back in the portal.
Okay.
And it does that for both players, meaning your opponent can actually see how strong your Cthulhu is getting as well.
Is that sort of one of those things where they worry about, you know, Nosdormu doing that kind of thing and that kind of?
I think it's relatively quick from what they said. It's like the same time as, you know, like an unstable portal would be on the screen. It comes out, the thing's added, and it goes back in. That's literally.
Okay, and then otherwise, this is late game when this is probably when you're going to draw this. If you
And
don't
no,
draw
they
this
probably
and
have
play this
not
early.
thought about Nosdormu for those cards. They'll probably have some kind of issue of Nosdormu at some point with it.
Because
They won't work on it because it won't matter because it'll be
you know
niche.
what they need to do is they need to they just need to fix Nosdormu. The problem is Nosdormu is sort
Limiting-
of cheesy.
Nosdormu is limiting design space.
Honestly, he really is because he's a cheesy son of a bee, and it's like what you know what I'm saying, like.
That's kind of what they wanted. That's kind of what they wanted with it, though. Not as much as they wanted you to be able to cheat your opponent out of having a turn. They wanted your opponent to have to play as quickly as they can on their turn.
Then you know what?
We're kind of getting away from the cards, though. We kind of.
I know, but I'm saying that we're doing this for sort of posterity in a way.
Okay,
because
fair
it's
enough.
Sort of like if we cheapen it by speeding it up.
Well, I'm not saying speed it up, but
I'm just saying, but there's no reason to ever come back to it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm gonna put it on YouTube and a few other places too.
Okay, but anyway, this card I feel like will be great because it will sort of be like a Yeti where you play it immediately, but later game it has meaning. Like it has like an actual like.
There's Cody's opinion on it. I think this card will be variably weak. You'll not want to play it on turn 4, which is when you'll have it. It's like it demands that you have your Beckoners of Evil, which are another card that again we'll see later on in the review, which is gives your Cthulhu +2/+2 2-mana 2/3s. You're gonna need that on turn 2 and turn 3 for this card to be immediately playable on turn 4 for the 4/10. Now, if that does happen, this card has the potential to be insane. It's 4 attack, which means Priest can't easily remove it. Other classes are going to have to use hard removal on it, which, again, you're going to want people to use hard removal on something you played for 4 mana. But most of the time you're going to be like, either this card's not going to be in your hand, or you're going to have it in your hand, and the other cards that I mentioned won't be in your hand. So this won't be a turn 4 4-10. Turn 4 4-10, this card's insane. Turn 4, or not turn 4, turn 6, or even like 7 is reasonable. Like a 4-10 coming out on turn 7 is like, yeah, okay, that's fine. That's like a Ancient of War, basically, -1 attack and no taunt. So if anything, it's actually a little worse than an Ancient of War. But having to wait for it to give you its effect is what ultimately hurts this card. Now, sure, it's not terrible. It's just like a Yeti. Yeti's a 4-mana 4/5. So if you end up playing it as a 4-mana 4/5, it's not like, oh, you lost so much value. Yeti was actually one of the best cards in the game before any of the expansions were added. It was the piloted Shredder before piloted Shredder. So it won't be terrible. It just won't be like, oh, crazy insane, you know. Anyway. Again, has no effect on Arena. This card will not be in Arena because it is a Cthulhu card. Next card is Mire Keeper. Cody?
I don't know if later game, when this is like going to be playable, which is 4 mana, I don't know if you want that much ramp in your deck. You're going to get to 10 mana, especially through a lot of different things, unless you take out like, you know, Innervates or whatever it is. Not Innervates, the thing that gives you draw cards or empty mana crystals, or full mana crystals. I feel it's like going to be one of those things where it's like, you don't need it, you don't want it, you know?
Yeah, but then that's why it has the effect of choosing 2/2 slime. So basically, what I think Blizzard wants you to, I think what Blizzard wanted to do with this is, first of all, they made a new legendary for Druid, which we will see at the end of this. I'm not going to spoil it. That works well with this card, but also it's kind of like that. Okay, you're on turn 2. You've just played your whatchamacallit. You're on camera. You just played your Wild Growth, or you just played your he was on webcam earlier. He was on cam earlier. Anyway, or if you played your Darnassus Aspirant, and let's say your Darnassus Aspirant survives the turn, then you're at 4 mana the next turn. So you can play this card and immediately gain another empty mana crystal, and by the next turn, you'll be on turn 6, where your opponent will be probably on turn 4, most likely. Unless you are going second and you coin... No. They would just be on turn 4. Anyway, now, where this card could be cool is kind of like Arena. I think this card's going to be great. Maybe not great, but it'll be pretty decent for the rare slot for Druid, because you'll basically be summoning a 4-mana 3/3 and a 2/2. So you're basically summoning a 4-mana 5/5 split into 2 bodies, which is really great, especially since you can buff a few of them. Buff them separately, I mean. So this card will be pretty decent in Arena. In Constructed, I'm not so sure. This card will be okay, I think, because of the fact that it is a 4-mana 3/3 for the gain mana crystal effect, which Darnassus Aspirant already is that, but is Death Rattle. I guess where this card gets its strength is that it's permanent. You gain the mana crystal, empty mana crystal, permanently, like a Wild Growth. So it's kind of like playing a 2-drop or a 3-drop, I guess. Well, no, I mean, if we're gonna keep in line with the mana, you're playing a 2-drop that's a 3/3, and then you're playing a Wild Growth in one card. So that might be pretty decent. I don't know. We'll have to see on this one. I think it might be okay, and it'll probably be run in a few decks when Ramp comes back again, because Ramp will probably come back again, especially after the nerf of combo, which we'll be talking about all the basic and classic card combo changes as well, which include the combo nerf and a few other things. So with the removal of combo, I think this card is going to be... Ramp is going to come back, and this card will definitely be in Ramp. So this is the slime that comes out of this card, just to give you a visual. Cool. Okay, and then we have Forbidden Ancient. It is a 1-mana 1/1.
My idea is this is a really great card because it's an early level card you can play, but it's actually playable way late in the game.
Yes, this card has the potential to be amazing, but it also has the potential to be kind of meh. It doesn't do anything other than its effect, And I've just realized right now while reading this card, it can be silenced. So it just goes back to a 1/1. So I mean,
Yeah, but that's why you play it early. You don't rely upon it to be something.
yeah,
big.
I mean, yeah, exactly. You don't. This isn't your 10 drop. This isn't your 9 drop, your 8 drop, your 7 drop, or even really your 6 drop. This is kind of like your early. I've spent my mana. Here's what else I need. Or it's also just a strong body. The issue I see with this card is that it uses all of your mana, so you kind of want to use other cards before you use this. But if you use too much, then it just ends up being like a 3-mana 3/3. And wouldn't you want to run something else that's a 3-mana 3/3 that actually does something, right? Right? Like you could run a Silverhand Regent, 3-mana 3/3. When you use your hero power, you gain a Silverhand Recruit. So I mean, this card will be great in, I think, Arena. I think Arena, this card's going to be insane. In Constructed, maybe not so much. The reason why this card won't be super insane in Arena is because it's Epic, which means you'll rarely see it. And usually in the Epic slot for Druid, you're looking at Force of Nature, which I think in Arena, the new Force of Nature will be great. You're looking at... Well, I guess there's not too many Epic options that are amazing for Druid, so this will probably be a pretty decent pick for Druid, for Arena, if you have it. Obviously, then you have all the other Epics in the game, not including just the Druid Epics, but for the Druid Epics, there's not too many that are that spectacular. There's like, Tree of Life, there's like Force of Nature, which I already said, there's... Gosh, I could probably just have Hearthstone open and look at that, but nah. Anyway, there's not super many great options for the Epic slot for Druid, so this will be pretty decent, I'd say, for Arena. Otherwise, in Constructed, I don't think we'll see too much of this card, in my opinion. There's just going to be, Silence galore, like, Shaman's going to have a field day with this card, just Earthshock, and then it's gone. Goodbye. So, alright. We have Wisps of the Old Gods.
Wisps.
Yes. Blizzard has taken the time, the effort, the ability to make a joke card for Druid. And here's Cody's opinion on it.
The Wisps card sucked before. This Wisps card sucks now.
Yep. So... the reason why I said what I just said before Cody gave his opinion is that this card is legitimately a joke. You're never going to be on turn 7, and this is another, by the way, epic choice for the Druid in Arena now. So this just nerfed one slot in your epic Arena draft your epic card slot for a Druid Arena draft. You're never going to be on turn 7 and go, I want to pay 7 mana and give my minions +2/+2.
Well, I got a really lot of good cards. Oh, by the way,
Or-
I opened the collection for you. So I have
Okay,
the collection.
thank you. Most appreciated. Could you go to Druid Epic real quick? Just go.
Druid,
And Epic.
Epic.
Never are you going to be... Never...
Mulch, Astral Communion, Dark Whispers, Force of
Is that all the
Nature,
cards? Hit
Light.
crafting?
That's,
Oh, you're in crafting. Okay, right. Yeah, okay, so Mulch is not really great in Arena. I mean, it's good for spot removal, but the RNG that's related to it could
these are basically the
destroy
two big
you.
ones.
Astral Communion is not used in Arena. Don't even joke. Haha. Dark Whispers is not really a thing.
Which
Force
is
of
exactly
Nature.
Wisps of the
Yes,
old
Wisps
gods.
of the Old Gods.
And Dark Whispers.
Dark Whispers is, again, the same joke card that Blizzard made that no one really liked and thought was useful. It did have some kind of use with the 5 mana 5/5. +5/+5
It's even
taunt.
a +1 more card cost when it or that this is. Or
But
I
this
guess
summons
because it's
7 1/1s, whereas that's 5 1/1s for 6 mana. This card isn't very good. This card will not be run in any deck ever, unless it's Tavern Brawl and there's some kind of, high cost cards, blah blah blah, something, whatever. No, it's not going to be run. Okay, and this is the Wisp that you can summon out of it. We're never going to see. Say hello and goodbye to this card art. We will never see it again.
Well,
If you do, yeah, please enjoy that free win that Druid just gave you. This is the Druid
I
Legendary.
automatically don't have to say anything else other than this is great, and here's why.
Oh, I just got tapped in the glasses. Anyway, this is the Druid Legendary Fandral Staghelm. This guy in WoW lore is a D-bag, but we're not going into WoW lore right now. This is...
My Golden Lightwell just get disenchanted.
Did it? Crafting? Turn off crafting? Yeah.
Oh, got it.
This card is going to be insane. Let's just start with insane. So its effect is your choose one cards have both effects combined. Could you pull open Druid and put in choose one for me, Cody? So I can choose one Druid.
Choose
Just go to the Druid page and
one.
then choose one. Okay, that's fine.
Because no one else has choose one.
Okay. So there's, for Living Roots, 1 mana, deal 2 damage, and summon 2 1/1s. There's whoa.
Just
Wasn't
saying.
that? Yes. There's Anodice Robocup, gain +1/+1. Not super amazing, but you know, I mean, hey. It's a 2 mana 3/3. But are you really going to be playing an Anodice Robocup after playing Fandral? Probably not. I mean, maybe. I mean, it is 2 mana, so you can play it on like turn 6. You play Fandral and Anodice Robocup, and boom, you know, 3/3 for 2 mana. Cool. You got basically you got an Ironfur Grizzly that's a mech. Oh no, wait, that's GVG. Never mind, we won't see that card. Okay, so then we have Druid of the Saber. You gain charge, and you also gain +1/+1 and stealth. So it's a 3/2 with charge and stealth technically.
I mean, turn towards your people and then just turn your
yeah. So basically it has the ability to charge into something for 3 damage at 2 mana. Which is cheaper than Wolf Rider, which is the same 3 mana 3 damage
It's like you
charge.
say, the because it's a class only, it gets a little bit of a buff.
Yeah, basically, it's as Ben Brode and a few other people have talked about. Because it's class only, it gets a buff because it's a class only kind of thing. So because it's not Wolf Rider, which is neutral, which any deck can run, it's 1 mana less than a Wolf Rider. But also it has the ability, it has the effect to be a stealth. So you can choose whether you want your 3/3 or your 3/2 to charge, or you can keep your 3/2 stealth, which then means you really don't need Fandral for that one. But if you want 3 damage to be charged, then you do need Fandral. I need the card list. Power of the Wild. Summon a 3/2 Panther and give your minions +1/+1. So this is basically like Mukla's Champion, except you summon like Mukla's Champion with Paladin is what I mean. Except instead of summoning a 1/1, you're summoning a 3/2 to go into +1 to all your minions. So that'll be pretty cool, especially if you're playing kind of like a Zooey kind of list, which some of these cards kind of beg to say, hey, you kind of want to do a Zooey kind of list, like the Addled Grizzly and a few things. Wrath, you get to deal 4 damage and draw a card. That's insane. That's like ridiculous for 2 mana. 2 mana, draw a card and deal 4 damage. That's insane.
3 damage or 1 damage and draw a card.
But it's both. It does both.
Oh, it's right. That does do both.
So I'm not sure how Druid of the Flame is going to work. Is it just going to be a 5/5?
Probably.
The 3 mana 5/5. That's pretty strong. Grove Tender will be kind of cool, but it's also kind of like it's like that Grimscale Oracle kind of card where you're both gonna gain a mana and draw a card, but you both will gain a mana and draw a card. Mark of Nature will be insane. You're gaining 8 stats and taunt for 3 mana. That's insane, like insane. Okay, next page. So you could turn, I don't know,
Which is a 2/2.
Keeper, which is a 2/2 after the nerfs, into a 6/6 with taunt for 3 mana. Okay, Keeper will deal 2 damage and silence the minion. So it'll be like a spell damaged whatchamacallit? Spell damaged buffed Earth Shock from Shaman. That'll be pretty good. Druid of the Claw will have +2 health, taunt, and charge. So it'll be a 4/6 with charge and taunt. Nourish, you will gain 2 mana crystals and draw 3 cards. That's insane. That's the other like whoa card.
This one's amazing.
Starfall is deal 5 damage to 1 minion and deal 2 damage to... So, basically, you get to deal 7 damage to 1 minion and then 2 to everything, which is crazy. Dark Whispers, you summon 5 Wisps.
I feel like that's going to be a combo. Like, the Fandral Staghelm Starfall combo. Oh, yeah, they've got a big board. Boom! Dr. Boom. Poof.
Yeah, but Dr. Boom isn't going to be played anyway.
Right,
unless it's
going
wild.
away.
Yeah, unless it's wild. So anyway, Dark Whispers will be kind of okay now. You know, you'll play it. You'll play Fandral, and then you'll make him an 8/10 with taunt, and then you'll have 5. He'll be the new Doctor Boom.
Then
you know.
BGH will come out. Yeah, what's going on, BGH?
Anyway, Ancient of Lore will draw 1 card after the nerf and restore 5 health, which is that's pretty cool. That it's good. You know, I mean, it's not gonna be amazing, but it's gonna be decent. Card list disappeared. Ancient of War is going to be amazing. It's going to be like basically the mark of nature of amazingness. It's going to be a 7 mana 10/10 with taunt. So, crazy. What else? Let me see. Cenarius is going to be amazing. You'll summon 2 2/2s, and then you'll buff your entire board by +2/+2.
Does that mean it buffs him?
Who? No, Cenarius does not, but all your other minions is what Cenarius' effect says. Buff all your other minions. So this card will be very cool in Druid. I think it'll be very, very good. I think it'll be in basically every Druid deck. Because what Druid doesn't run at least 1 or 2 types of choose 1 cards, right? Right? So
Truly.
I think this will be great, especially with the lower cost ones like the Mark of Nature, the Living Roots, the Wrath. All of those are going to be insane because you can play these with relative ease. You can play Fandral and then you could, for 5 mana, you can play Fandral and you can deal 2 damage and summon 2 1/1s. Okay, so that is done with Druid. That is it. That is all the Druid cards that we're gaining in Whispers. We're now moving into Hunter. Hunter, yay! Okay, so first Hunter card is Fiery Bat. Oh, in Arena, this card might be okay. I don't know how well this card's gonna be. It really depends on your draft. Depends on how many choose ones you have. Like if you have a bunch of Living Roots and Wraths and stuff like that, this card will be amazing, just like in Constructed. It just depends on your draft, honestly. So, and it depends on if you get him in your Legendary slot, and if there isn't a better Legendary for your deck than he. So, all right. So, Fiery Bat.
Wait. Did we pass over another one that I didn't even?
No. That was Fandral.
Okay, Fiery Bat.
So, Fiery Bat. Here's Cody's opinion on Fiery Bat. He's reading it for the first time.
Deal 1 damage to a random enemy?
Yes, so it is basically Huge Toad, but minus
well,
1 to all stats.
I don't really feel like that they're catering to Rush Hunter on this. This is Hunter, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like this is a good card all around. I don't know if it's gonna be like holy shit again. I guess because it's a beast, it's gonna be better.
I think this card will be cool because not only like Cody pointing out, it's a beast. It's a 1-drop, so you could play Camel and get this card, which is kind of cool. It's kind of like Leper Gnome's weird older brother, but not really older brother. Because, okay, after the nerf, I'm kind of basically saying all the basic and classic card nerfs anyway, but after the nerf, Leper Gnome is going to be a 1-mana 1/1. So this card kind of takes up that 1-mana 2/1 that Leper Gnome was, but instead of dealing 2 damage directly to face, he's more utilitarian and he deals 1 damage, but he deals it randomly to any of the characters on your on your opponent's board. So, like Cody said, there really isn't going to be a lot of like rush face hunter.
Onion Bro just do?
There's not going to be a lot of face hunter and such. There's going to be a lot more like mid-range or even control hunter. So this card will be kind of cool in like the mid-range camel hunter, where you'll pull it out and it's basically a 1-mana. It's 1 mana and 1/1 less than a huge toad. So you could even run like huge toad in that deck technically, and you'd have like 4 things that could deal 1 damage randomly to a minion. Ooh, probably not like that, but I don't know. I think this card will be pretty good. especially in Arena. Arena, this will be a great one drop for
So
Hunter.
it'll be good tempo.
Yeah, it'll be great one drop for Hunter. It fills the Leper Gnome slot that will be gone. It's a 2/1. It deals pretty decent damage. It's able to trade into most 2 drops pretty fairly. You know, all the 3/2s and stuff, or just 2 manas, or you know any of that kind of stuff. But anyway, I think it's a good card. Moving on, we have On the Hunt. Here's Cody, who's reading this card for the first time. Deal 1 damage and summon a 1/1 Mastiff.
No.
Cody's opinion is no. I'm inclined to agree. This card seems a little mystifying. I'm not quite sure. Here's the picture of the Mastiff. It doesn't have charge. It's just 1/1 beast.
Nope.
It might be kind of cool if you need to deal 1 damage for 1 mana. So, like, kind of like a ping, you know, like a mage ping, and you deal 1 damage, and then you summon the Mastiff, and then you like, whatchamacallit, you Houndmaster. So then it becomes a 3/3 with taunt, right? Kind of cool, right? You know, deal 1 damage, have a 3/3 with taunt. No, not really. I mean, this card might be good with like spell damage. It's 1 mana, deal 1 damage, but like, let's say, I don't know, we haven't seen all the Hunter cards yet, so there might be a spell damage Hunter card coming. I don't know. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Right? You know, spell damage, 1 mana, Arcane Shot, summon a 1/1 Mastiff. Who wouldn't want that? The point is, Arcane Shot is much better than this card.
How do you do it? Or what?
This Arcane Shot is strictly better than this card, because you're basically what this card is it's like, I don't need the 2 damage from Arcane Shot. I need 1 damage, and then I can convert that other damage that Arcane Shot has into a 1/1 on the board, which is a beast, which can be affected by other beast things. So, I don't know. This card has variable amounts of use. It might be okay in Arena, because like I said, it's a ping for Hunter, which Hunter doesn't have an easy way to ping things, besides the Fiery Bat, which we just talked about.
That's random, though.
Yeah, random. This you can choose. You also get a 1/1 Mastiff right afterwards. So I don't know. It might be okay in Arena. Constructed, we probably won't see it. We probably won't see very much of it. Alright, here is the next Hunter card, Carrion Grub. Just a flat-out 3 mana 2/5.
Okay, good based on synergies, and I like the fact that it's cheap and it's a big old, like it feels to me like, what's the other one? What's the turtle?
Turtle. It's 4 mana 2/7.
2/7. Okay, so for 1 less mana, you get 2 less health. I like this automatically. Like, I don't feel like the turtle has a slot as much as this does, because you need bigger stuff earlier. And I feel like this is sort of that thing that can be big, give it like a combo with something beast related. I feel like this is a good beast that we need, that adds more of the, we need synergy / it's sort of those, give Hunter an early on card that actually can continually do something. I think for a rush deck, it's not going to be worth anything. And honestly, they don't need any more. They've been doing a damn good job with what they currently have. Maybe with losing a few of the things that we lose, like Glaive Zuka, maybe it might hurt it, but I think in general this is a great control card.
I'm inclined to agree with what Cody said here. This card looks like it's going to be really cool, especially with a lot of the beast synergies that we're going to be getting. I know a few of the Hunter cards, and I've seen a few of the things that they're getting. Also with the beast synergies that Hunter technically still has right now, I think this card will be really cool. It's 3 mana. It's a 2/5. That's so if we just calculate raw stats there, that's a 6 mana or 6 value for 7 body, and that's +1 on the value of the of the minion. So I think it's really cool, especially if he gets like Houndmastered. This thing is going to be crazy. This thing's going to be a 4 mana, or no, not a 4 mana. It'll be a 4 attack, 7 health taunt, and I think that's cool. That's really cool. Giving Hunter a little more way to like kind of be control, taunt up, trade into the the opponent's minions more efficiently, stuff like that. That's only a 7 mana play. You get a 4/3 and a 4/7 with taunt. I think it's a great play. So I think this card will be good. Arena, this card's going to be insane. This is going to be every time you see this card for Hunter, pick that.
Onion Bro.
Basically, unless there's a really good 3-drop that's in this slot, this card will probably be picked every single time. On cooldown for Hunter.
Onion Bro did that to you.
Okay, so here's the next card. Forlorn Hunter. His battle cry is give all Death Rattle minions in your hand +1/+1.
I say no, because we saw what Death Rattle Hunter looks like. If they're catering to that, we already knew it wasn't a good thing, and that it isn't continually a good thing. Unless you're reliably running cards that are like Death Rattle, I feel like the 4/2 body is not good enough for the 3 cost. I mean, I guess it's the opposite of the Grub, in that maybe it's a little bit less damage, but it's still heavy on the damage part instead of the health. But the fact that things like Grub, although not having a huge damage, can survive a lot of little bullshit wave clear, this thing will just get 2 pings or a ping and a random damage or whatever, and then it's gone. That's this thing. Anyway. Thanks, sorry. Sorry. What do you want from me? Anyway, know if I think this is all that good, unless you're building it in a deck that's Death Rattle, and in general, it doesn't feel strong. It doesn't feel like a really big, strong addition.
I think this card is trash. I think this card will not be used. It's rare, so in Arena, it's not going to be used. Exactly as Cody said, Death Rattle Hunter wasn't a great archetype to begin with, and this isn't really going to make it any better. Naxxramas is removing a lot of the key Death Rattle cards that make Death Rattles really good. Belcher, Creeper, all the great Death Rattle cards are going away. Piloted Shredder, So, I mean, what are they going to run? What is Hunter going to run that's going to really just want to run this card and a bunch of Death Rattle? What's the drive to be Death Rattle Hunter? Nothing. Let me just ruin that secret for you. Nothing. And in Arena, you're never going to pick this card. 3 mana 4/2. Yeah, sure, its value is worth its body, or the body's worth its value, but for the rare slot, there's going to be a lot better of 3 drops, or even just any other card in the rare slot for Hunter than this card. So, I don't think we'll see very much of this card. If we do, it'll definitely be in a niche,
Based on how much is messy.
Death Rattle.
Often it can mess up.
All right, next Hunter card is Infest. New Hunter spell.
Dark Souls 3 as to how to do it without.
Here's Cody's opinion on Infest. You basically cause all your minions on the board to become web spinners.
Okay, this is really good. If you've got a way to have multiples of something like the Unleash the Hounds.
Yep.
I think because it's cheap, it gives it a place to be able to play, but it doesn't feel strong enough in that. It's not tempo. It's certainly value, and as such, it's cheap enough that it could be done. It's cheap enough that it can be played. I don't know if it's going to be you add 2 to your deck. I think it's going to be add 1 to your deck if it has some synergy with you have summon lots of cards like the Hounds and stuff. Because I feel like Unleash the Hounds in this would be, especially if your opponent had more than a couple of cards, at least 4 different beasts added to your hands automatically
for just 3 mana.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't know if it's gonna be holy, it's not gonna be OP.
Yeah.
It's gonna be OP.
This card feels like Blizzard got the cart before the horse with this card. If this card said something like give all minions in your hand and on the field Death Rattle, then something like Forlorn Stalker could have gotten a combo with this. You could play Forlorn Stalker, and then be like, oh, look, you buffed all your stuff, and now it all has add a random beast to your hand. That almost feels a little too strong, though, which is why they obviously didn't happen.
Mana. It could be 6 mana then. Because what it's doing then would be... And let's take it backwards and say instead of on the field and in your hand, on the feet, choosing a target, sort of like a battle cry or something, and in your hand, or just in your hand. As in, if you have a decently sized hand, all of what has in your hand, not spells, obviously.
Oh, yeah, all your minions.
Suddenly, boom, and then that's more reasonable.
Yep. This card will be great in Arena, I think. Like, really good, because Arena is very, well, okay. Depends on the Hunter deck you're building. If you're building a tempo deck, it's not going to be that great. If you're building for more of a value, like, play a bunch of stuff, kind of Hunter, this card will be great, because you'll load up the board, you'll have a full board of stuff if it doesn't obviously get traded or removed, but that's again a lot harder in Arena. Usually you're both sitting at like a board v board, and usually parts of your board get traded into each other, but not like the entire board, because usually someone doesn't want to lose all of their minions and then be behind in initiative, because then you play a minion and then they don't have any minion on the board. So usually because that happens, you usually keep a larger board for longer periods in the game. Whereas this card will be like, okay, I have minions on the board, let's give them all value back to me, where if they die, I get a beast to be able to play from my hand, that could be of varying goodness. It could be a Fiery Bat, or it could be like a Gozrilla, you never know. I think it'll be cool. I don't know if it'll see too much constructed play. I think it like Cody said, maybe like a one-of kind of thing. So it'll be.
It's not something you can rely upon.
It's not something you can rely upon to have a large board, or that you're really gonna want to combo with Unleash the Hounds. Like, are you really at turn 6 gonna be like, I'm gonna Unleash the Hounds and then play Infest, and like, oh look, I'm gonna trade a bunch of my minions away, and then I'm gonna get a bunch of beasts in my hand, and what are you gonna play, like Hand Hunter? Look, I have a large hand, and now I'm gonna play like Mountain Giants and shit.
And then you got, what if you get a bunch of other like things like web spinners? You can get beasts like web spinners from that, and then what are they worth?
Exactly.
Ooh, play a crappy 1/1 for 1/1
like Cody's saying, basically, you could get a bunch of web spinners that, are you going to want to spam your board up with web spinners? No.
That's going to be too much.
No, it's going to be too much,
and you lose.
Yeah, it's going to be too much value, not enough tempo. Or in the very, very converse, you could get like,
that would be neither tempo nor value, because getting web spinners from that,
it would be value.
Hoping that it would be good value.
Yeah.
Getting web spinners makes the value so much less. It's neither tempo.
There you go. Cody was basically saying that it's not either tempo nor value. And then you could get massive value. You could get like, I don't know, 4 Gozrillas. That's obviously the likelihood of that happening is very low. But you could get like 4 really large beasts, and then be like, I can't play any of these, and you basically just sit in your hand, clogging your hand for who knows how many turns. And then very likely, more often than not, you're not going to be wanting to play back-to-back turns of one creature, because most of the time you're not going to win that way. I mean, obviously, if your opponent doesn't have easy ways to remove, like if you're against a druid, that might be really great, because druids don't have a super good way of removing a lot of large creatures. So, you could be like, oh, look, I dropped a Gozrilla, and the next turn I drop a fossilized Devilsaur, and the next turn I drop another fossilized Devilsaur, and then the next turn I drop certain classes aren't able to deal with that just so easily that, that it would be bad. But anyway, okay. Next card is Infested Wolf. So, Hunter gets basically Haunted Creeper back, but it's slightly different.
Pretty good. I wonder if the spiders are like, really good. I like it, really good. Because if they were just the stupid ass original spiders, I like the fact that they're beasts. I think this is a good card. I don't know if for 4 mana this is a great card.
I think
it's okay.
I think this card will be the Piloted Shredder for Hunter. This card will the Hunter will want to run 2 of these cards in pretty much any Hunter deck you play, because not only is it great value of it, it's not great value. I mean, great tempo. It's great value of 4 mana for 3/3, and then you get 2 1/1 spiders. They're not only just spiders. They're not like Cody pointed out. They're not just a shitty non-beast spider. Spectral spider or whatever. So it's not like it's undead or whatever. It's a beast, which means that basically Hunter has a way, kind of like what Piloted Shredder did for some classes was like mech, especially mech classes and things like that. Is it's a mech, but then what can come out of your piloted shredder could have been another mech, which means you basically guarantee that there's a mech on the board. Or no, more importantly, Harvest Golem. Harvest Golem's like that mech you can't remove. It's like a mech it starts as a mech, and then when it dies, it comes out as another mech. So it's like, if you play that on turn 3, and you were back in the day of Mage with, obviously not in Standard because Goblin Blast Mage is going to be removed, but if you're a Mage, you play turn 3 Harvest Golem, 9 times out of your 10, you're going to be able to play that Blast Mage the next turn, because it's going to survive. Either they didn't be able to kill the first one, or they killed the first one but they weren't able to kill the second one. Now, obviously, if they're able to kill both, you're probably pretty far behind. You're probably going to lose that game anyway. But this card seems like really great because there's a lot of synergy cards with beasts, especially things like Kill Command for Hunter. So having the ability to play this on turn 4 and go, okay, kill my Infested Wolf and my 2 spiders, I dare you. Then, if they don't, next turn on turn 5, you have the ability to play a 3-mana Kill Command to kill whatever you're wanting to use it on, and then you have 2 more mana to spend on doing something else. So I think this card is going to be the piloted shredder for Hunter. It's not going to be as strong because obviously it's not going to be like a 4-3, and it's not going to like dump you out something like another 4-4. You know, Pilot Shredder had that strength because it was just so RNG based that it could just win you the game on the spot because you get a 4-4 out of your 4-3. So this card is going to be cool, but I don't know. I think in Arena it's definitely going to be an always pick. If you see it in the rare slot, you're always going to pick this, in my opinion. Then again, I'm not the super greatest. I'm not like a legend player, but I am pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'd say.
Okay. Then we have the Giant Sandworm. Cody has seen this one before, and if I remember correctly, Cody's opinion was pretty good, but let's see his.
Whenever this minion kills another minion, it may attack again. Pretty good. I'd like it to be less cost. I think because it's a beast, it will play well with other things that are buff beast. I don't think there are enough archetypes. I think Blizzard's going too. They got lazy. There's Murloc,
Pirate, there's Murloc, there's
yeah,
Beast,
and
there's Dragon.
And I feel like
that's it.
That they're like Beast Druid, Beast Hunter, but there's no like kill a beast. Like, you know that one, what was that one, Exorcist or whatever? Kill a demon? There's no like kill a beast other than like Hemet.
Yeah, and no one's gonna run the Hemet.
No one runs Hemet.
Maybe now because BGH has been nerfed to 5 mana, people might decide Hemet's not that bad as a 6/3 body to kill a beast, especially when this is the thing sitting on the board looking at you. But
I highly doubt
probably
it.
not.
And it doesn't feel all that good. I feel like they need to go beast on Hunter, and they need to just give Druid an entirely new thing. Because I feel like Dick Bag. Trying to stand in front of him. The host is AFK. Nice. Kick his ass. Not have arrows anymore? Oh no, you only have like 8 arrows. I headshot him. Anyway.
So yeah.
Okay. Not great. Not bad. Good.
I think this card will be decent. I will not say it's going to be amazing. I will not say it's going to be garbage. In Arena, it will be garbage. You'll never pick this card in Arena. It's just too reliant on having like a really control-style deck in Arena. And, I mean, Control Hunter, as it is right now, I mean, okay, the whole game's going to shift when Old Gods comes out. So I can't really super well decide, like, kind of like how everyone was saying, you know, oh, Mysterious Challenger is going to be an okay card. And we all saw where that went, right? Like, I think actually a couple of the high-level players were like, Mysterious Challenger is going to be shit. Like, it's not going to be ran in any deck because there's too many, you know. But anyway, basically, as long as something like Mysterious Challenger doesn't happen with this, where there's like some kind of, you know, abusable effect with it, I don't see this card being super crazy. Yeah, there's not really much to say about this card other than it's a large drop for Hunter. It's a lot of trading, which everyone makes the joke of Hunter doesn't like to trade. You know, no trade, me go face, haha. But it really kind of is the Hunter's playstyle. The Hunter really doesn't like to trade too much. Its strength is having a lot of ability to threaten you and not your minions. And you kind of like have to deal with that by being able to heal. Now that's the downfall of Hunter, is the fact that people have heal. If they just heal themselves, there's no threat. But if they don't have any heal, or you're able to deal enough damage fast enough, it doesn't matter. You win. Or you lose, depending on the situation. Anyway. So, I think this card will be okay. Probably won't see much of it in Constructed, and you probably won't see it at all in Arena unless you have a really control style deck. This card, Call of the Wild, I'm just going to overwrite Cody's... No. I'm going to overwrite Cody's opinion on this one. This is going to be an amazing card. This card is going to be insane.
It sucks balls.
Cody thinks it sucks testicles.
Too much mana for not enough tempo.
I think the value is amazing.
That's not to say.
You get a 5/4 with taunt. You get a 4/2 with charge. You get.
I shake your hand. Your hand. Thank you for overwriting, because it is a good card.
You have you get a 5/4 with taunt. Now the reason I'm saying these values a little weirdly is because of Leok. You get a 5/4 with taunt. You get a 5/2 with charge. You get a 2/4 with give, minions +1 attack. Give all your minions +1 attack. So. This card is like Loic's like raid leader, so it's not like a beast specific. So you could have like a bunch of other stuff that's not even beast related on the board. Loic's gonna buff the damage. So not only do you have that, but you have the effect of basically 5 damage being charged to their face. So for 8 mana. You are gaining, we're just going to rawly add all the stats together. So, mana value is 16. So, because the mana value is 16...
What?
Is the Host of Embers, like, stamina stacked? No, that's a Phantom, I know. I'm talking about, he went to hit the Host, and the Host didn't take any damage.
You mean Vit stacked? Yeah, and I guess Super Vit stacked, or he's stacking all kind of crazy ass armor or something.
Anyway, back to the review. So we're gonna go. Okay, so I'm just gonna say don't add the Leok addition, even though it's there. It would be there because of the fact of what it is. But let's just say 4 attack, 4 attack, 2 attack. So altogether that's 10 attack, and then we add the health. So 4, 2, and 4. So that's 10 health. So we're getting a 20 mana body, or 20 body for 16 mana. If we're just talking about raw value, that's amazing. The other things that Leok can add, obviously if we add in the Leok damage, then it's a 22 body for 16 stats, which is insane. Especially since 5 of it is charged, 5 of it's a taunt, and the other 4 of the body is... a damage increaser. So I think this card's gonna be crazy. Arena, I think it'll be pretty crazy too. But you're not gonna see it much because it's epic. We'll see, but I think this card's gonna be crazy. Then we have the Hunter Legendary. We have the Hunter Legendary Princess Huhuran, and this card is. This card is going to be
Friendly minions death rattle. I think it's
because this card isn't like a super large combo. You gotta have like 30 death rattles. I think it'll be cool. I think it'll be like that. You'll have your infested wolf on the board.
We weren't gonna be able to have that thing where the double death rattles. That goes away.
Yeah, Feign Death. No, that's GVG. It's Feign Death.
No, I was talking about the.
Baron. Yeah, Baron Rivendare. Yes. Damn. Another huge nerf to Death Rattle Hunter, which Cody just brought up, is Baron Rivendare is going away. That was huge. Like, huge. Double Death Rattles. That was, like, one of the reasons you would play something and then have Baron, and then you would play Feign Death, and it would double the death rattle effect
guy
without even
was
killing it.
playing
So you
the
could have
same
quadruple if you killed
How
it.
is he not like?
Anyway, basically, this card will be good with what I said earlier with like the Infested Wolf. So you play Infested Wolf on turn 4, and then you'll play this card on turn 5, and the body is pretty decent for a 5 mana. 5 mana 6/5 is actually really good, like Lotheb style kind of thing, except +1 attack. He has Gundir's Spear.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. The F?
Anyway, trying to stay on track here. You play the Infested Wolf on turn 4. It doesn't die. You play this next turn. You get the 2/1/1 spiders. You get the Infested Wolf that you still have, and you have this bot is 6/5 body on the board, which is pretty good. That's pretty good.
I guess the more this is probably going to be used for is something where the death rattle is really important that either isn't related to Hunter, like how Piloted Shredder is, but is not going to be available. But it's something like that. Like it's going to be something else where death rattle is important, equally important. Like what's that one that Hunter gets, or is that rogue?
That's Rogue Zeril. That's their legendary.
Damn.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why it's a legendary. But yeah,
Damn.
this card will be pretty cool. I don't know if it'll be great, but it'll be pretty cool. The body is good enough that it might be ran just because of the possibility of using it. Meaning you could play this on turn 5 without a death battle on the board and still be like, yeah, okay, this is pretty cool.
What happened?
Alright, so now we're jumping down to Mage. We're jumping right into Mage. First Mage, Shatter. Destroy a frozen minion for 2 mana. Cody's opinion on Shatter.
Good. Giving more things to things like Mage they don't need to give.
I agree wholeheartedly with what Cody just said. Basically, this is a buff card for Freeze Mage. Like, they just buffed Freeze Mage, and Freeze Mage really doesn't need it. Freeze Mage is strong enough as it is right now that if it got any stronger, Freeze Mage might just become the dominant Mage deck, and no one else will play any other kind of archetype. Sure, it synergizes well with Frost Elemental. It synergizes well with, like, Water Elemental. It synergizes well with anything that has freeze, like Frost Nova. You could Frost Nova. So for 5 mana, you basically have a large card removal. But then that obviously it costs 2 cards. But I think because of the fact of the utility of Ice Nova or Frost Nova gives to Freeze Mage already, meaning basically you freeze their whole board if they're like a board reliant class. You basically remove them for a whole turn. And then you can destroy one of their large minions with this. It just seems a little too much, you know? But then there's also the large possibility that this card will just be terrible. And no one will want to run this card because it's very hard to freeze something. The only time you'd be able to freeze something is if you Frostbolted it, Blizzarded it, and it survived. Frost Nova'd it. Anything like that. And there's a new new creature that we're going to talk about a little bit later in Mage that freezes a random minion when you cast a spell. Well, you can't cast a spell and then have it freeze and then destroy the minion you freeze. So it's not like that's going to work like that. But then, are you really going to run a thing that randomly freezes a thing just to run this card? Just to say this card? No.
Yes!
No, that's just kind of stupid, you know? You're never going to have that actually happen.
I feel like you said before when you were saying it's an extra card. Do you want to slot an extra card into doing something that you automatically should get somewhere else?
He backstabbed him and he fell his ass off.
So good. So good. Oh, I received that. I received that webcam. Alright. Anyway, next one.
Okay, so the next card is Twilight Flamecaller. Cody's seen this card. He thought it was pretty good. But here's his actual...
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a all-around really good card.
I think this card
is the kind of thing that should have been on Shatter. It should have been like a minion. It should have been a minion with a battle cry, like a low-ass minion.
Yeah, like a 4-mana 2/2.
Or like a 3-mana 1/1. Shatter a frozen
No, but
target.
1/1 is garbage. That's why you get like 4 mana. 4 mana 2/2.
Well, no, because the 2 cost is what it is.
So you 2 mana 2/2. So if it
2/2 is too strong.
No, it's not.
2 mana 1/2. 2 mana 1/2. Or 2 mana 2/1. Battlecry Shudder.
No, I'm not saying 2 mana. I said 4. 4 mana 2/2. Anyway, this card is great. I think this card is really, 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 really good. Really good. Not insane, but good.
Here we go. Here we go.
Sorry, being completely distracted.
Okay. In general, it's a good card because it actually is a low cost for a good minion, like a decent minion. But then the Arcane Explosion with something else like Flame Strike, which you need the 5 health dead. That's comboable.
Cards combined with cards that combine previous effects with new card, like a body basically, are really good cards. Like this card. If we're just gonna strip it down to the basics. Arcane Explosion is a 2 mana, deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. Mage spell. So let's just say we take the raw mana value of Arcane Explosion, right? And so we take the 3 mana value of this card and we minus 2 from it to say that's what the battle cry is giving it. So then we're left with a 1 mana 2/2. That's insane, right? You know, if you heard there was a 1 mana 2/2, wouldn't you just play that in every deck, right? I mean, it's basically what Zombie Chow is, except it's 1 more health, but it gives your opponent health. So a 1 mana 2/2, you just feel like, I'll play that in every deck, you know, every control deck. It'll kill most 2-drops, right? Obviously, that's not what this card is, but that's what I'm trying to say is that's the kind of effect. You're paying 3 mana because you're basically playing a 1 mana 2/2 and then a 2 mana Arcane Explosion automatically. And like Cody said, you could combo this with a Flame Strike. You play Flame Strike and then you play this guy and you deal 5 damage to their entire board, which could kill anything that has 5 health. And you get a 2/2 on the board afterwards. Now sure, you could just play Flame Strike and Arcane Explosion and deal the 5 damage to his entire board anyway. But are you getting a minion afterwards? No, you're not. This gives you a minion. You're paying 1 more mana for it, and you're getting a 2/2. So I think it's great.
It's like you were saying before, where it's a 2-card in 1.
Yeah,
Because
any
it
2
doesn't
cards
take
in
the
ones,
cards-
any 2 cards in 1 are great because, like Cody just said, it doesn't take that extra card. You don't have to run Arcane Explosion in your deck, draw it, and be able to play it. It's 1 card.
I'm watching it right now. Please, you need to highlight this whole section. You need to highlight this.
Basically, this card will be insane in Arena. It gives Mage another option to be able to play a creature and clear the board for 3 mana. And that's great, especially against, like, this will be a huge against Hunter, against Paladin, against basically all the stuff that, like, has a lot of 1/1 stuff, like Imp. Imps from Warlock. Silverhand Recruits from Paladin. Dogs or hounds and stuff from...
More importantly, you can put it within trade range of so many different things. It's 1-off damage. It's 1-off Flame Strike, clear the whole board. It's you know...
Basically, like Cody's saying, this card will be able to help you put that... It pings everything. So instead of needing to ping 1 thing and, I need to ping 2 things this turn...
So you know what that would? For 5 mana, you could put that on the board and ping a thing, kill everything else, and kill a 2 health thing, like the 4/2 creature...
Yeah, exactly. Like Cody's saying. You could basically, if he has a bunch of 1/1s and a 2 health creature of any kind of power, like 4 attack, 3 attack, 2 attack, you could clear all the 1/1s and ping for 5 mana and be able to have a 2/2 left on the board on your side afterwards. I think this is a great card. Arena will be great. Constructed, it'll be pretty good. The only reason I'm saying pretty good for Constructed is because of the fact that it will depend on how the deck archetypes roll out to be. If we're seeing more control, this kind of relies on a larger board of like a kind of a mid-rangey kind of, maybe even a Zooey kind of deck. But if we're heading into more control, there'll be a lot less minions hitting the board just flat out, just a large amount of minions. So this might not have as great of effect, depending on... I'd say for this to be amazing, it'd have to have at least 3 targets. 2 targets it's okay. I mean, it won't be terrible. 1 target... you might as well just not play the card. You might as well save it and then wait for the multiple targets to be on the board, kind of thing. Anyway, Faceless Summoner.
Amazing.
This is the best card for Arena ever. It is basically
It's the best card ever.
this card. This card is really good.
Version of whatchamacallit?
Basically, this is the younger brother of Pilot Sky Golem. Pilot Sky Golem is a 6 mana 6/4. Yeah, did I get the body right on that? 6 mana 6/4. Death Rattle, summon a random 4 mana creature. So basically, the reason why I say little brother is because of the fact that the stats are worse. Technically, one could argue that they're better because having 5 health is better than 4 health. And necessarily you don't need 6 damage. So stats could be better, but you're losing 1 cost of a minion worth. So instead of getting a 4 mana minion, you're getting a 3 mana minion. The cool thing about this guy is he doesn't have to die. He does not have to die, which means he cannot be silenced and lose the effect. When you play this guy, he immediately summons a 3 cost minion alongside of him. So in Constructed, this will be pretty good to be able to give good oomph to like a kind of mid-rangey, kind of maybe even tempo mage.
I know.
You will never see this card in Freeze Mage, and I'm glad because we don't need Freeze Mage cards.
Oh, that's why this thing is so good. It's a mage-only card.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Cody just realized this card is mage only.
Fuck
That
you, Blizzard.
this is what he has to say
Fuck
to
you,
Blizzard.
Fuck you.
Wow.
Basically,
This card is really great. It'll be picked every time in Arena. It will make it into, I will say, 75% of mage decks. I'll not say all.
Accidentally push that dude up. You tried to push him off too.
Okay, next card is Cult Sorcerer.
After you cast a spell.
So this could be really great for a Cthulhu Tempo Mage. So you like play Cult.
I like it.
I like it too. This card seems like it's really cool because what you do is you play this on 2 mana. You play this on 2 mana. It gives you +1 spell damage, and every spell you cast gives you your Cthulhu +1/+1. So what you can do is on turn 2, if you have the coin, you play this card, you coin, it gives your Cthulhu +1/+1. You Arcane Missiles, it gives your Cthulhu +1/+1, and you deal 4 damage, not 3, 4 damage split randomly.
Means if you could play what's his name? If you could play that dude that gives you the 3 Arcane Missiles, you extra spell damage and giving your Cthulhu a whole bunch of
Cody, like Cody just said,
into your hand.
like Cody just said, Ronin, which isn't that a GWG card? Open up the thing. You have it, right? Oh, closed.
Hold on.
I know.
Hold on.
So Cody's gonna check on that. While he's checking on that, Ronin could be insane. We're just gonna determine whether this has relevance in Wild or Standard.
The new one, the newest Grand Turn.
TGT.
Yeah.
Sure.
Pretty sure, yeah, because he was brand new card art. Remember? We haven't seen Ronin for that.
Oh, Flame Leviathan is GVG.
Yeah, and Flame Leviathan is garbage.
So yeah, Flame Leviathan. Goodbye. You can drown in RH. RHONIN. Have Ronin. That's the way you spell Ronin. Yep. TGT. Cool. Okay, so like Cody just pointed out, this card is really cool because if you run Ronin in your Cthulhu deck, Ronin dies, he gives you 3 Arcane Missiles. The next turn, for only 5 mana, you can play this card, and you could cast 3 Arcane Missiles, which are all 4 damage each, not 3,
So that's 12
because of the
damage.
spell damage.
And
You gain +3/+3 to your Cthulhu. Now,
with any other stuff.
that's a little tougher.
You can still play Fireball. You know.
Yeah.
You can still play. You could still play.
Because of the 2 mana of this card,
you could have
it's
her
really
on
good.
The board, play Ronin later, like as in have her on the board. Play Ronin, and the Bro tier combo is Antonidas played. Play all those,
Oh gosh.
and then you get this and Antonidas and fireballs and
Yeah, basically. So,
good card.
this card is gonna be good. We won't see it in arena, so.
Ouch.
Yes.
Thing.
This card is like take Geomancer, Cobalt Geomancer, put it on crack.
Yeah.
It's got 1 extra damage, and every time you cast a spell, it gives +1/+1 to your Cthulhu. So this is the, hero-specific power creep of, So, alright.
Damn.
So, this is the card I was mentioning earlier, the Demented Frostcaller.
This is gonna be good for that one freeze shatter thing.
Except it's
Where-
random.
Yeah, but that's the idea.
And Blizzard has not confirmed or denied whether this card will refreeze the same target.
But if you've already casted a freeze on, like if you frostbolt with this thing out, and shatter any of the targets that either frostbolt or the target, unless it targets the same target again, and then you shatter it, and then it freezes another. So you could potentially throw this out, throw a shatter on turn 6, freeze different things.
How 3? What? Where are you getting these from?
Okay, so if you have this out, if you throw, this is like turn 4. Next turn,
You're hoping this will
frostbolt-
survive.
a
9 times
frostbolt-
out of 10, you play this on turn 4, it will die.
Well,
This card is garbage, I believe. I don't believe that very many mage decks will run this card. And even if it does, do you really need to freeze a random enemy? If it even has a possibility of the chance to refreeze. If it has the chance to refreeze, this card will never be used. And if it is, it'll be very niche situations like you run a couple in freeze mage kind of, oh, I'm going to fireball your face but then still freeze your board, possibly. That's the random enemy is what makes this bad. If it was like freeze whatever you deal damage to, that might be cool. But then it would have to be like a 6 mana 3/5 or something. If it was like freeze whatever you deal damage to, because then you could like arcane missiles and then like everything that's hit it freezes. That would be kind of cool. But anyway, I think that's how that card could have been cooler. Otherwise, in its current state, I think it's garbage. You'll never see it in arena, and you might never see it in constructed. So next card, Servant of Yogg-Saron. And Cody has reserved opinions about this one. He thinks it could be good, but there's a large amount of RNG that could involve it to be bad. I'm inclined to agree. I believe this card will actually be terrible. I think that the largeness of the RNG that this card has the possibility to be is too large. Being able to fireball your own face is bad. Being able to destroy this card is bad. Being able to... Okay. Any card that is 5 or less can be cast by this card, and its targets are chosen randomly. If it wasn't chosen randomly, like you could still choose, this would be an amazing card. It'd actually be broken. So I understand the reason why they did it. But the fact that this minion can be played and die is stupid. Especially since you wasted 5 mana to play the card. So if you play the card and then it dies, you basically wasted 5 mana and probably your turn 5 doing that. Then there's also the crazy combo of you play it and then you get like Feral Spirits for free, or you get Shield Block where you gain 5 armor and draw a card for free. Or, any other kind of effects that would be insane with this card will be insane with this card, but it's very RNG based. And I feel like with the RNG based cards in Hearthstone, they have the likelihood to be good, but 9 times out of 10 they're bad. At least with my personal experience with the random number generator of Hearthstone. I know a lot of people get really lucky, and I know I even get lucky sometimes, but the likelihood to become unlucky is too high, in my opinion. So I think this card is okay. It's mediocre. It might be okay in an arena draft if you need that kind of comeback mechanic almost, because it could do just that and be a comeback mechanic. But in the very same, it's like you're at the bottom. You can't go any lower. If you go any lower, you basically lose anyway, and you just concede automatically. Or you could play this card, and you could possibly come back. Sorry about that. Okay. So yeah, that's what I think about this card. I think this card will be great if you like need that comeback mechanic in Arena, but in Constructed, you're not relying on that, or at least you shouldn't be. And if you are, you're probably not doing it right. So, Forbidden Flame. This card has varying ability to be good. I think it's bad.
I think the fact that every time a really card is epic, I'm like, yes! And all of the good, solid cards are common, I'm like, yes!
Yeah, it's kind of confusing with the way the Blizzard does that sometimes. Blizzard sometimes puts the best... It's not always that
no, as of this expansion, I've seen that more often now than I've seen that ever before. This
is true. What Cody's saying is true. For this expansion, epics have been pretty bad. Pretty terrible. Which is good because when you're crafting them, you're not going to want to craft them because they're bad. If you do get them, you can disenchant them and they're high quality, which means you get more dust. It means they're less likely to show up in arena runs. They're less likely to show up in your packs and be shitty in your packs. The one terrible thing about having bad cards in the epic slot is when you do get that epic in your pack, you're like, yes! You open it up and you see Forbidden Flame and you're like, fuck.
You're like, yes! I get free dust!
It's like I said a few moments ago. Yep. Because they're epic, their dust is also good. So
that's it. That's
to the actual use of this card, it's okay. It's kind of like that, you need that spot removal, so you like played something the previous part of that turn, and then you have like a 2 or 3 mana left over, and you kind of like, I don't have the Forgotten Torch I usually have in my hand. Let me Forbidden Flame that. Because,
I need to fight you in combat in Dark Souls.
This card, if it dealt damage to the hero, might be a little better, but because it's minion only, it's bad. Then again, if it was deal damage to the hero, then we'd go into the whole crazy, you'd have to start playing around 8 mana damage, 8 mana 8 damage, 9 mana 9 damage, 7 mana 7 damage. Whereas right now people are kind of fearful of they have to play around that 10 mana Pyroblast. Well, this is like you can have another one of these. So but it's variable in that you don't have to run Fire Blast. You can run this card instead, and you can hold on to it like your Fire Blast and play it at 10 mana and do 10 damage, or you can see it come out at some other moment and do a variable amount of other damage, 9 damage, 8 damage, 7 damage, whatever. But because it only hits a minion is what makes this extremely bad.
It's a 1v1, bitch.
Because it can only hit a minion is what makes this bad. Period. You will not see this.
That's the big part. It's the fact that it only hits a minion is.
That's what I said.
Yeah. I know. That's what I'm saying. I agree. I mean that's really what makes this card less good.
So you'll never see this in Arena.
Like you said, it makes it a Flamelance.
You'll never see this card in Arena because you'll see Flamelance instead of this card. And you probably won't see it in Constructed. And if you do, it'll be because it's a cheap card. You can play it at like 1 mana or 2 mana. And use it as like a comboer for things like the Cultist Sorcerer.
Yeah.
So, Kabbalist's Tome.
What?
This card feels like too RNG to be good.
It's too much mana.
It's too much mana and it's too much RNG.
There's not enough value because you don't know, because of the RNG, you don't know. Like, you can't say it's value.
With all RNG cards, this card has the potential to be insane, and it also has the potential to be...
Imagine it added 3 Kabbalist Tomes.
Yeah.
Get out.
It's the amount of...
Did you just destroy everyone in the entire world?
The amount of this card being bad is too high. You could get Arcane Blasts.
Please tell me you're...
You can spend 5 mana and add 3... Add 5 mana, and... You could add 3 Arcane Missiles to your hand. Now, sure, that might be really great because it's 3 arcane missiles and it's cheap.
Yes,
You can play
yep,
3.
that's exactly. That you backstab.
Anyway, I'm getting distracted again. This card will not be used too much. I think it will be cool as like a replacement maybe for one Conjurer, but because there's no body behind this card, it feels bad. With Conjurer, it's like you get a body, and you get to choose at least one spell out of 3 that you might want. Where this gives you 3 spells that you don't get to choose. You don't do any of that. You just basically it's like
I kind of want to skip this
Conjurer.
card because of how bad it is. Because it could be good, but most likely it's going to be.
I was trying to
good.
finish. Yes.
I know. I'm just saying. Like,
yes.
That's what makes.
So basically,
me feel
this
bad
card
about
won't be good in Arena, and we might see it as like a replacement for one Conjurer in Constructed because it gives you 3, not 1, but no body. So you're basically sacrificing the 6/3 body of a Conjurer for 2 extra random spells that you don't know they're worth. Neither do you know the 3rd one, technically. So, then we come to the Mage Legendary, which I have not seen yet.
They're saved.
Oh my goodness. 8 mana, 8/6.
Oh, no,
Death
they're
Rattle,
saved.
deal
They're
8
saved.
damage to all minions.
They're saved.
Okay, so, I want to hear Cody's on this one. I have not seen this card before. I want to hear what Cody has to say about this one.
Okay, so Anomalous 8, deal 8.
To all minions.
Nope.
I think this card is very terrible. It feels weird. It feels like, why do you want to play this card? It feels like, why do you want to play this card? You know what? I just realized what this card is. Why? Why, Blizzard? Why? This card is Freeze Mage. You play an 8 mana, 8/6 on an empty board because you're Freeze Mage. You don't want to play any other things.
Oh shit, you went down.
You don't want to play any other cards
Oh, shit,
in
you went
Freeze
down.
Mage. And if you do, it's like an Acolyte of Pain. You're good now. Look, the ad or whatever, right? No? I
No,
don't know.
that means.
Should be.
Okay, you're shooting. Keep going. Lucky, hello?
Okay, basically, what this tells me is because you're Freeze Mage, you don't play any other cards unless it's like an Acolyte of Pain or a Loot Hoarder or anything like that. So you don't mind it taking damage. So you play this and you go, okay, come at me. Kill this thing. It's going to eat your whole board, basically. Even your big creatures won't survive this guy unless it gets silenced. But even then, do you really want to waste a silence on a thing that's an 8/6? Or are you just going to trade your board into him, lose your board, and then play a new board? I don't know. Maybe if you have a lot of large creatures, you could silence him and then take him out with one of the large creatures. But if you're playing something that's kind of zooey in the first place, this is what you're going to, you're going to trade into this thing and then just say goodbye to your board and either concede or play a new board. So, I think this card is terrible unless you're playing it in Freeze Mage. And then in Freeze Mage, it could be pretty decent. It could be like that clutch, I need to clear his board, but I don't have any of my board clears in my hand, and I force him into an awkward play with this. Because if they don't deal with this, they get to take 8 to the face per turn, plus whatever spells you're going to play on top of that because you're Freeze Mage.
So we have to remember for the stream. Yeah, it's like you said. It's Freeze Mage. It's like what Shatter is in Freeze Mage. It's what Shatter is in Freeze Mage. It's like what
So
this is in
Freeze Mage, you could I guess run this in Freeze Mage. I don't know how good it would be.
Would you? Doesn't Freeze Mage have a very specific kit already filled up?
This
with
could be
enough
Freeze
cards?
Mage.
No. Again, like I said.
This is not Freeze Mage.
No.
This is Freeze Mage. This could be used in like a Cthulhu Freeze Mage. This is not Freeze Mage. This could be used as Freeze Mage. And this is Freeze Mage. So they added a bunch of Freeze Mage cards for Mage. That's kind of disgusting, Blizzard. Really? There's like 2 cards in this entire Mage set.
You're already killing Gankers.
There's too many Mage. There's 2 of these in this whole set that could definitively say you will never run them in Freeze. Otherwise, the rest are possibilities, which is disgusting. All right, so we're gonna jump on down to Paladin now. One of my most favorite class in the entirety of Hearthstone. So Cody comes in immediately with this card is shit. Divine Strength, 1 mana, gain, give a minion +1/+2. I'm inclined to agree with what Cody says here, but what I feel like this card wants to do is be like a Velen's Chosen, where you're giving your creature a lot of health to like beef it up.
If you could just switch that to a secret and
we can't bring back Avenge, Cody. Sorry, we can't bring back Avenge. Avenge is dead. Avenge will die. Okay, so basically, yeah, he did. Basically, what this will do is it will give you more strength to Minibot. This will be like a great Minibot. Oh, you know what? Minibot is not going to be playable. So, this will just basically give you a little more strength on a key minion. Maybe like let's say if we play Knife Juggler with the nerfed Knife Juggler, so it's a 2/2. This makes it a 3/4, which could be really cool. You could play this and make it a 3/4, which is really cool. But I don't know. I think this card has varying uses. It's similar to a Velen's Chosen, except you don't gain any spell damage. Yeah. So this is like Paladin's version of Velen's Chosen, except it's not as OP/great as Velen's Chosen is for Priest. So, whatchamacallit, Arena, this card should be pretty decent. I don't know about Constructed, maybe not. Maybe a little more rushy list. Not even rushy, just a little more control, I guess. But then wouldn't you run just like a Hand of Protection? Alright, so next card is a Light in the Darkness.
Oh no.
So Paladin gets Unstable Portal.
No.
Paladin gets Unstable Portal. Yay, Paladin!
I like it, but
I like this card a lot.
No.
I love this card.
Look at this. Look at this.
I think
All
this
the
card
good
is
cards.
amazing.
All the good cards are common.
I think
all
this
the
card.
shitty cards are
I think this
epic.
this card is the shit. This card is insane. I'm just gonna flat out say it. This card is insane. Imagine this: you play it for 2 mana. You get to discover any minion in the entire game that's collectible and is Paladin accessible. You get to collect. You get to collect any card in the entire game. Any card in the entire game that's collectible and Paladin playable, and give it +1/+1. So you get to put. I'm not sure how this card works, but I'm sure you could discover a Tyrion. And so you pay 2 mana and you put a second Tyrion in your deck, who's a 7/7 with Divine Shield and Taunt. So you have the possibility of playing 2 of these cards because it's not a legendary card, and getting 3 Tyrions. You know, 2 from 1 from you're actually putting it in your deck, and 2 from this card. So you can have a 6/6 Tyrion and 2 7/7 Tyrions because of this card.
Odd shot time.
Rip. Why would you odd shot his death?
Odd shot time.
That's so fucking rip. Okay, anyway, back to this. I think this card's insane.
It's amazing.
Paladin,
more of this.
Paladin should run 2 of this in every constructed deck, and you should pick as many of these motherfuckers as you get in Arena. This card is crazy. Blizzard was toking it hard when they made this card. Because this card is like, take Unstable Portal. Don't reduce it by 3, but you get to choose what fucking minion you get out of 3 cards. Yeah, sure, you could get 3 shitty cards. Okay, cool. It still gets +1/+1. I don't know. I think this card's good.
I really need your...
What, mine?
No. Monkey's like... I need a beard transplant. I could take his beard. Look at his beard. Look at this man's beard.
Next is Stand Against Darkness.
Shitty, but okay.
This is like Muster for Battle's retarded cousin.
Yeah. They took away the whole buff, by 2/2.
This card is bad. This card is comparable to Dark Whispers.
What's that one? Three mana, summon a 2/2, deal 1 damage to the board. Mage card.
Yeah. Twilight Dark Caller, or Twilight Caller, or whatever the Twilight Flame Caller shits on this card. Just takes it and just smears poop all over the card. So obviously, if you're fighting against Mage, this card sucks.
It just smears. You suck. It's just like the finger to the face.
Yeah, it just middle fingers all over the card. Just anyway, in Arena, this card will actually be pretty decent. I think this card will stand a fair chance of being picked in Arena. In Constructed, it feels a little too weak. Feels like not enough something for, like, okay, if this card was in Druid, ha. If it was in Druid, you might.
So far tonight have been.
Died again. Rip.
Fell to his death.
Has anyone come into chat to talk? Has anyone coming? Anyone coming into? Hello? Is anyone coming into chat to talk yet or no?
Oh no. Aston's been talking.
In my chat?
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
This is your chat.
Oh, very cool. Well, I appreciate everyone who's talking in my chat. I'm sorry that I haven't been looking at my chat, but I'm really trying to focus on like reviewing these cards for you guys and for the posterity of like VODs, because this is not just going to be the stream. I'm going to hopefully try and update or upload this to YouTube, but I don't know. Maybe I won't because it's too long. But anyway.
But the idea basically is we can look back on this when we're actually looking at the cards and we'd be like, oh, that was a pretty good estimation.
Exactly. It's like Cody said.
Like when Crip said, oh, this card is garbage. This will never see play. Became the greatest card, one of the greatest big combos.
Exactly. We can see what our thoughts of these cards will be, and then what they end up being afterwards. So, again, I really appreciate everyone coming out to chat. I know I noticed I missed Lightning Demon. Thank you for stopping by, sir, if you're watching this as a VOD. But, no, thank you, Aston, for keeping my chat actually lively, because I'm not there to talk in it right now.
She's actually really doing a good job. Every time she's in either mine, yours, or Monkey's, she actually chats with the chat itself. So
yes, I really appreciate it.
She's sort of like the host while the host is hosting said content.
Yes, agreed. I appreciate it more than I can say. Okay, so that's Stand Against Darkness. I don't know. Let me just talk a little more about this card. This card feels like it's not like there's not.
That's the question.
I was gonna say I don't feel like there's any combos with this card. I feel like it's really just like you play it on turn 5, you get a bunch of 1/1s.
And it's over.
Yeah, like maybe you play it on turn 7 as like a combo with Knife Juggler, but it just feels so bad. I don't understand why they made this card.
Let's move away from this card, though.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's find other good things.
Let me see the more Paladin cards here. Selfless Hero. I have not seen this card before. Death Rattle, give a random friendly minion Divine Shield.
I like this card.
I like this card a lot. 1 mana, 2/1. Death Rattle, give a friendly minion Divine Shield. That is cool. I like that. I really like that. Like
another one.
Steward of Darkshire, which we're gonna see probably next after this card, really likes this card a lot, because you play this card on Steward of Darkshire, and Steward of Darkshire gives it a Divine Shield, and then when it dies, it probably gives Steward of Darkshire a Divine Shield. So it's really cool. Either way, this is a really great 1-drop for Paladin. I'm liking it. Steward of Darkshire, the 3 mana 3/3. Whenever you summon a 1 health creature, give it Divine Shield. Paladin only card. Again, we'll see that in a few moments, and we'll get our opinions on that when we see it. But I like this card a lot. It gives Paladin a really decent 1-drop to play, and even if it ends up not being like a really great, like, oh, you play it and then it survives, and then you play a 2-drop and then it dies, and then your 2-drop gets a Divine Shield, even if that doesn't end up happening, it feels like if you could have that happen at least once in a while, it feels like that's worth something. It's worth like doing.
Do you highlight the dancer?
I think this card's going to be great in Arena or Constructed. You put it in your Constructed deck and your Arena. Arena, it's great because you need 1-drops in Arena, and especially when they're like really impactful. So this card's great. What did I say? Next card, Steward of Darkshire. 3 mana, 3/3. Summon a 1 health minion. Give it Divine Shield. I think this card is cool. I'm gonna say cool, but I don't know if it has practical use. It all really depends on how its thing works. Does summon mean play? Does play mean summon? Does it exclude things like Stand Against Darkness? Does it work with Stand Against Darkness? Is it like Hobgoblin? You know, do you like when you play when you summon a 1 health creature, it doesn't work or it does work? I don't know. It's yet to be seen with Steward of Darkshire. I think it'll be cool if it does combo with something like Stand Against Darkness, because then, holy shit, turn 8, you play a Steward of Darkshire, and then you play Stand Against Darkness, and you have 5 1/1s with Divine Shields.
Wow.
And then you play Blood Knight, and goodbye. Take a walk. Take a hike.
Take a walk.
Anyway. Arena, not so much on this card. I don't think Arena, this card will be that great. It's a combo card, and usually combo cards, and I don't mean the combo effect of like Rogue. I mean cards that require a combo.
The darkness.
Oh
shit.
Cards that require a combo usually aren't that strong in Arena. Flat out. So this card will be pretty decent in Arena in Constructed, as long as we see what it works with, and this card probably won't be played very much.
With the hero power, that's the question.
Yes, hero power, Stand Against Darkness, things like that. I really want to know how it works.
Stand Against Darkness with this could be good, especially if some kind of buff like Raid
Yeah.
standing behind it.
Or Warhorse Trainer.
Warhorse Trainer's gonna be gone, isn't it?
Nope, that's a TGT card.
Then Warhorse Trainer.
Okay, Rallying Blade is the next new weapon for Paladin. It's a 3 mana 3/2. Battle Cry. Give 1/1 to your minions with Divine Shield. There you go. So you have your Steward of Darkness. Darkshire. You summon your 1/1s. They get Divine Shield. You play Rallying Blade.
That's gonna be amazing. That guy who sucks the Divine Shields off and gets all big and shit.
Yeah. Then again, that means Blood Knight will make a huge comeback.
So
because
Blood Knight's going to be like an auto-include in all.
If you're fighting a lot of Paladins, maybe.
When would you wouldn't?
When would you wouldn't? Cody's exact terms of when would you wouldn't. A lot of times.
And then imagine, instead of adding whatever your class's 1/1 is, add in some Argent Squires, and then it automatically has some application.
Yes.
And then imagine that as like a combo. You play a 1 mana 1/1 that's just a 1/1, but it gives this guy a +3/+3. That'd be a combo.
Okay, what do you think? What are your thoughts on this one, Cody?
Pretty good. It's not bad. I think it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'd say it's good.
Unless you give at least 1, maybe 2 creatures with Divine Shield +1/+1, this is strictly worse than a Fiery War Axe. Strictly.
But it's a Paladin card.
I know.
Which I think Paladin needs, a good mid-range kind of weapon, especially with a decent battle cry, and considering that he's about giving the Divine Shields, that especially since
basically what this card is it's a replacement for the ever so hurtful loss of Coghammer. This is like, Coghammer, we miss you. Coghammer, we miss you, but you will live on in Rallying Blade.
I think Rallying Blade is a good card because of what it does.
If this card is, the next card is what I think it is, I'm gonna barf. But okay, if this next card is what I think it is, I'm gonna barf. But anyway, first of all, the arena application of this card, I think people will pick it because it's a weapon, flat out. No, do not. Do not.
I had to see what it was.
No.
I'm ready.
Because this card is a weapon, people will pick it. Just like in Warrior, where they pick or Shaman, where they pick the or Power Mace, but they don't have any mechs. It's because it's a weapon. They'll pick it because it's a weapon. And I think this will be pretty good if you have the synergy cards for Paladin. So let's move on to the next one, because Cody, as you can see, is waiting. Okay, it's not. It's not. It's not. I forgot about the couple other ones. Okay, so we have Forbidden Healing. Cody, what do you think about Forbidden Healing?
It's still pretty barf.
Forbidden Healing, I think, will be okay in like
It's
a
still-
control paladin
it's
kind of
still pretty
sense.
barf. It's still pretty barf.
I think it'll be pretty cool in a control paladin kind of sense, but otherwise, no. I agree with Cody on this one. This one is pretty bad.
And it's one of those ones if you forget to do it out of order, like it's definitely in an order. If you forget to do it out of order, you heal for too much and then you done fucked your turn.
All the forbidden cards are gonna be like that. If you do it out of order, you're done fucked your turn.
That's my point. That's gonna have to be something.
Not gonna see in
all
an
new
arena.
cards- all new cards, all new players who are trying these cards out, they're gonna be like, and then done fuck their turn.
Yep. So, not gonna see this card in arena at all. If you do, wow, kind of scary. If you do see it in constructed, it will be in like really heavy control matchup kind of paladin with like, what? Oh, you want to give me your chat thing?
Yes. Hey.
Yes, Rallying Blade. It does look shiny. Shiny. Huh? Oh, you. That's what you wanted. You want me to charge your
No, I can
tablet,
charge it
Kappa.
on mine if you want.
Kappa.
Bring it back over and play.
Oh, that's fine. Anyway, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, basically.
Next card.
Yeah, next card. Balfin Inquisitor.
This will be garbage unless you're playing a Zoom Murloc.
Yes, like Cody just said.
Which
This
is
card.
actually what Cole said, so...
Okay. Well, what Cody said is what I've said to Cody before. This card will be extremely bad unless you're playing Zoo Murloc Paladin. That's kind of silly. If you're playing Zoo Murloc Paladin, this card is amazing. It will be this card will be amazing. You will summon all the dude, the one dude that if you summon a Murloc, he gains strength. This guy will, you just press a hero power and boom, he gets an extra Murloc.
Kill those.
And if you get the
mana, right? Because he draw a card, or is that...
no, that's Shaman. Yeah, draw a card. When your Murloc dies, draw a card. That's Shaman.
That's the problem with these classes. Is unless you give us a whole bunch of things, unless you give us a whole bunch of beasts or whatever.
There you go. Shouldn't be any more.
Unless you give...
Tell me if it is. Okay, so Balfin Inquisitor.
Unless you give
I don't know
a
how
whole
long
bunch
that
of
was.
different beast things, it wasn't only...
Okay.
Unless you give us a whole bunch of different cards like the beast card theme, there's enough Murloc cards among all the classes to make a really good Murloc deck.
Yes.
There's
If you took
not-
all of the Murloc cards and
There's
put them
not
together.
enough Murloc cards on one class to make a good Murloc deck. That's why no one runs Murloc decks.
Yeah.
Boom!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you took the strength of all of the Murloc cards in the different deck slots or different deck types
And you just
and put them together, you could probably make an amazing Murloc deck.
But you can't because they want you to do that with beasts.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so, oh my goodness, that's so cute. Is that what it summons? Oh my gosh, it's so cute. It summons a Silver Hand Murloc. Oh my gosh, that is so.
Yes!
It's a refresh fix. Okay. Wow, that is so cute. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Okay. Oh my gosh. Do I have to review this one? I don't want to review this one. I don't wanna.
It's a good card.
I don't wanna.
It just sucks.
I don't wanna. My paladin. No, Blizzard. Why? They took one of the coolest legendaries in the entire game, Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, and they turned him into like one of the shittiest paladin legendaries I think I've ever seen. Okay, so like Cody said, this card is okay. At the end of your turn, you restore 8 health to a damaged friendly character. The reason why I have an issue with this card is because of another card called Damaged Repair Bot or something like that. It's a card that comes from Gelbin Mechatork. Gilbert Mechatork, you probably never seen him before. 6 mana, 6/6, summon a random invention. And one of his inventions is a damaged repair bot. And the damaged repair bot will restore 6 health, I think, to any character randomly. Now, obviously, this is any character. So take the 6 health, bump it up by 2, and then give it the Lightwell effect. Lightwell is it heals any one of your your characters for 5. So basically, take that. Well, I guess we could just go straight off of Lightwell. Forget the other example I gave. Lightwell. Lightwell heals any of your other friendly creatures, or characters, I should say, by 5. It's a 2 mana, it's 0/5. This card is the same thing, except it's 3 health, but it's an 8/8. Okay, now the issue with this is the issue with Lightwell. Lightwell has the issue of healing things that don't need health. Like, let's say you're getting low and you start to need that 5 health when you're playing the Lightwell and Priest, right? And you have a board with minions that are damaged. Now, the thing with Priest is you have synergies with this, like Northshire Cleric. If one of your creatures on the board gets healed instead of you, you draw a card with Northshire Cleric. You don't really have this with Paladin. You just kind of have your Paladin cards. And having Rag restore 8 health to something that only needed 1, as opposed to you, which might need the 8 health, basically just turns Ragnaros the Light Lord into an 8 mana 8/8. And a 1 heal on something randomly. So, I don't know, it's not like garbage, it's not like the worst legendary they've ever made, but it could be worlds better. Yeah, it's not Wilfred Fizzlebane. That card is garbage. But it's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. Sure.
Potato egg.
Potato.
Sometimes you just get to a point in your life.
Oh shit! Tides of Time coming out.
Cody just dropping D.
Cody dropping D Young Tides of Time comments. As the Tides of Time, he's sitting in his stream, right? And he's eating a baked potato. But he's not eating it like he's got it on a plate and he's got it like cut open and got butter and shit. He's got the baked potato in his hand. And he's just and his chat's like, "What the flip are you doing? Are you eating a raw potato?" And he's like, "No, guys, it's cooked. It's cooked." He's like, "You guys will all get to a point in your life when you're eating when you can safely eat a potato. Just a regular potato, nothing, no salt, no blah blah blah, just a potato. You guys will get to that point in your life, when you get to, when you're me, you get to a point in your life when you can eat a potato." And so Cody brings in a thing of potato, a can of whole potatoes chopped up.
No, not even chopped. They're whole potato skin.
Okay, whole potato skin. Sorry, brings in a can of potatoes, whole skinned potatoes, and hands me one and goes, "Here, you want a potato?" And that's when he made the joke. Anyway, okay, let's move on from this card because this card makes me sad. Okay, Hooded Acolyte. I've not seen this card before. It's a priest card. We're moving into priest now. I want some good priest cards. So do right by priest, Blizzard, please. Hooded Acolyte. 4 mana, 3/6. Whenever a character is healed, give your Cthulhu +1/+1. Whoa. This sounds really cool. Like you run Wild Pyromancer, and you have like a bunch of creatures on the board, and you damage them, and then you like Circle of Healing, and this chick gives your Cthulhu a bunch of damage, and then they all get damaged again by the Wild Pyromancer, and then you play another Circle of Healing, and they all get damaged again, and then this chick gives Cthulhu a bunch of damage. Holy crap, the combos that this card can have. I want Cody's opinion though, but he's making things. Cody! This card is not going to be in the arena, sadly. Even though, for the cost and body, it's not bad. What do you think of this card, Cody? I think this card's cool.
Really good if you have it in a combo.
So you heard what I was saying, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I totally agree because I heard what you said about it, and I was like, that's what I would have said. I feel like it's a good body for 4 mana. I had to lower myself so I'm not just like a floating body. I think it's a good card for 4 mana, and in general, like if you play it for no other reason as a decent body, which is what Priest does well, especially since it has a high health for healing, I think it's a good. I think it's great. Give the Cthulhu part to it, even better.
Yep, I can agree with what Cody just said. So, we won't see it in Arena, but it would have been kind of cool to see it in Arena. It's a nice body. No pun intended, Kappa. Next. Power word tentacles. Okay, Blizzard. What? Okay, so 5 mana, give a minion +2/+6. Power word tentacles. I have to think about this one. I think this one's bad. I have to say that this one will probably be bad. Because, strictly speaking, you could play Velen's Chosen, unless it's Velen... No, don't tell me Velen's Chosen is a GVG. Cody! I need to find out if Velen's Chosen is GVG. If Velen's Chosen is GVG, oh my goodness. I'm gonna die. I think it is. No! Yeah, exactly. +2 on the power, +6 on the health. Yes. If we lost Velen's Chosen, then this card will be okay. But the reason why it won't be amazing is because this card is basically Velen's Chosen's redheaded stepchild. I'm just going to say that. Just going to throw that out there. Velen's Chosen is 2 mana less. It's 3 mana. Give your minion +2/+4. +4. Not +6, but +4. And give them +1 spell damage. This card is 2 more mana to give them 2 more health and no spell damage. So, because there's a lot of health, okay, because of what Priest has with like Confuse and can run and can run things like Confuse and also like Crazed Alchemist, this card seems like it could be better than it is.
Why is this card?
But this card seems bad. Is Velen's Chosen GVG? I need you to check.
Chosen is
What is this, by the way? Is it butter?
Yeah, it's for eating potatoes. Fortunately, I'm not. What's his name?
Oh.
I don't eat a raw potato and then enjoy.
Hold on, one moment. Cody's pulling up the Priest card list. I'm pretty sure it's GVG, which is making me sad because Velen's Chosen was amazing. VE. I mean. Vel, yeah. No, VE. Yes, Velen has only E's in his name. Don't put it like that or I won't see it. Put Velen. Just put Velen. You don't have Prophet Velen, so it'll be the first result anyway. Or I have to retype the whole thing. Yes, back to the potato talk. More potatoes. It is GVG. No! Rip Velen's Chosen. Oh, man. I think this card is going to be bad. I'm just going to reevaluate what I've said. This card will never live up to what Velen's Chosen was for Priest. It's too much mana for not enough great enough effect. You won't see it constructed. You won't see it in an arena.
Potatoes getting you?
No, popcorn. Okay, sorry about that. I had to mute for that one. That was... Yeah, I think this card's not going to be very good. But, like I said, with the possibility chance of, like, a Crazed Alchemist or Confused or something like that, it could be okay. Could be okay. Darkshire Alchemist. 5 mana, 4/5, Battlecry, restore 5 health. Okay. Alright. I don't know. It's kind of an average card. Doesn't really seem like super priest related. It's kind of almost like we want to give priest a semi-replacement for Healbot being removed. Even though priest didn't really need a Healbot.
Priest is a heal bot.
Exactly, like Cody just said. Priest is a Healbot. So
It's not a mech though.
it's kind of average. It's kind of a
You know, I just realized when they
It's kind
do
of an
that-
arena
when they
card.
do that removing shit, it means like, what's the point of making like named cards and shit? Like, what's the point of making like mech cards and shit?
yeah.
Because like, if you're
Max
supposed
Remus.
to be building a deck around a certain type, you can't because it's gone.
Yeah. Well, no, that's basically what's happening. Mech will be Mech is basically removed. Death Rattle is basically removed unless they add new cooler Death Rattles that are better, which they have a little bit, but not a lot.
Not really.
When next year comes around, Inspire will be completely gone. They're saying they're not making any more Inspire. Inspire is it up. What Inspire cards we have in the game right now are what we have.
Why?
Because that's just not what they wanted to do. They decided Inspire wasn't that great of a mechanic.
Why?
It's blurred. It's blurred, okay?
I don't even want to talk about it. I'm getting kind of angry about it.
Oh, it's okay.
To keep the mouth palatable, here, one at a time, not like 5.
Oh, okay. Relax. Anyway,
I'm relaxed.
back to Darkshire Alchemist. I feel like this card is very average. It's not really going to be run in any kind of, like, constructed deck, I don't think, because it's just too nothing. Like, sure, you restore 5 health. Is there, like, a combo to that I'm not thinking about?
It could be a like healing, like
Oh, like
you
the
heal.
Cthulhu kind of, if you heal a character and kind of combo that with like you play it and then it heals you. I don't know,
It
just
depends. It depends more on what we get to see. We haven't seen if there's any like heal combo.
I guess, but we're through majority of the cards right now.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah, I mean it'll be cool in arena.
Nah,
It'll be
it'll be
great in arena. No, it'll be great in arena.
It'll be garbage.
Okay, it'll be garbage, according to Cody.
Actually, it'll be good in arena.
It'll be good in arena, but constructed it probably won't see much play. All right, so next card is Shadow Word Horror. This card, oh my goodness. This card is good but terrible all at the same time. Now let me explain. This card is centered around having a large amount of small minions on the board. And with things like Paladin with the Stand Against Darkness and stuff like that, this card will be amazing. But okay, since we're moving into a more of a mid-range kind of game, where we have a lot more minions on the board, not like I just want to spew a bunch of minions onto the board and I hope some of it sticks and kill you with it, kind of like Zoo is, or even just like Face Hunter and stuff like that. Sure, stuff like that. Basically, this card denies all of that. If that's what's happening. But because we're moving into more mid-range, you're not going to see a lot of stuff with 2 attack stay on the board long. And if it does, well, yeah, sure, I guess you can play this card and remove it. But
Well, it's like you said, it comes back to it helps you win more, and it's not a great win more.
it's a win more, but it's not a great win more. And then there's the one key word that no one noticed about this card when it first released. All. Which means yours as well. So if you're trying to work off that Northshire Cleric, kind of heal your minions up and get the combo going or stuff like that, this card just counters that. It counters your own stuff. So no, I think this card is terrible, but it has the potential to be pretty good. If you're playing really, really kind of control priest, where you're not worrying about that, then okay, it could be cool. Kind of like freeze priest, but not literally freeze priest.
Freeze priest.
Arena, this card sucks. Would never pick this card in arena.
I guess you could.
This card is cool. I like this card a lot. I think this will be the new Piloted Shredder for Priest.
Like how no one is getting Piloted Shredder except a couple.
Yeah.
This last one's yours.
What are your thoughts?
I was hoping you'd talk a little bit while I'm dying over here. Alright. I'm literally dying over here. I'm like, please talk. I'm like transforming into a fucking werewolf over here. I'm like, please help me. And you're just like sitting there, just nomming.
I have my mouth full of popcorn.
That's why I said one at most. Penis.
Shifting Shade. Talk about it.
Copy a card from your opponent's deck and add it to your hand. I think it'll be good.
I think, okay.
I think it'll be really good.
I think this card will be good.
I think it will be good. I think it will be good.
The fact that it adds it to your hand
I think it will be good.
without any kind of like reduced cost is the only bad part.
I think it will be good.
I think it will be good as well. But it's not going to be like Piloted Shredder level OP. It's just going to be good. Would you pick this card in Arena? Yeah, actually, I think you would a lot. Because, yeah, sure, the curve is going to be a lot lower for Arena. You might get a 2-drop more often. But that's okay, because you want something that's a little easier to be able to play. So yeah, sure, this thing dies, but then you have another 2-drop to actually be able to play. If you get a 2-drop.
Douchebag. People douchebags.
I've not seen this card. Twilight Darkmender. If your Cthulhu has at least 10 attack, restore 10 health to your hero. Why? Priest is like one of the best classes for healing itself.
Reno?
No, it's not even Reno. This card is like... Yeah, I guess you could run it in Reno.
It's a baity Reno.
I've realized what all these heal cards in Priest are. They're for Shadow Priest. They're pushing Shadow Priest. Which I like. I actually kind of like. But it's kind of weird. It's like, what? So, Cthulhu Shadow Priest. Yeah, this will actually be pretty good.
Heal your dude. I mean, the blowing your face up won't heal you. How is that?
If your Cthulhu has at least 10 damage, restore 10 health to your hero. You can't heal yourself anymore because your hero power changes to the damage.
And that will be... Oh, it doesn't say heal, it says restore. Fuck you.
No. If you have the little... Shadow Priest doesn't mean you deal damage with your...
All your
Shadow Form... Damage. No. Shadow Form only turns your hero power into deal 2 damage. It does not turn all your spells into damage.
Oh, you mean... I thought you meant like...
No. Not like... Yeah, not like Akanai. No. Akanai, that would be terrible. Card would just blow your face up.
No, but it says restore 10 health.
No. Restore, heal, doesn't mean anything. It's all the same stuff. So, in Arena, this card won't exist. In Constructed, I don't know. It could be pretty good in Shadow Priest Cthulhu. Or Cthulhu Shadow Priest, I mean. Yeah. Okay, I like this card a lot. I'm just going to start off with that. I like this card a lot. I think this card is very variable and could be very bad, but I feel like it has the potential to be really good. In Arena, this card is amazing.
What we have to find out is what is the best mana to summon at.
People have already been trying to do that, yeah.
Well, you're saying people are trying to do that. That's what we need to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what we find out...
8 or higher is basically what people's rough so far, because anything 8 or higher is all like, large amount of health, large amount of damage.
I guess this is good because it's sort of like having a 1 mana.
Yeah. This card is really good because you can play it on turn 1 and it summons a random 1-drop from any class, from anything. It's basically a unstable portal for 1 mana, but it summons any 1 mana randomly. It can be played at any mana, so you could play this, like, you could play I don't know, you could heal yourself for 2 at, like, turn 8, and then play this for 6 mana and get something 6 mana wise out of it, which is cool. In Arena, when you're top decking, because as priest, that's 9 times out of 10 what you end up doing halfway through the game is top decking. You top deck this card and you win. Because you play this and then you get one of the 10 mana, whatever, you know. You get a 10 mana card for just top decking a card. Yeah, it doesn't get the battle cry effect, but if it has a death battle effect, you get it. So, I think this card's cool. Really cool.
The Host of Embers has no more Estus, like monkey
running,
chugged, and the guy's just like running now.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
I have to go and tell
this
them.
card will be really amazing in Arena, and I don't know. We'll see for Constructed. I think this card has potential in Constructed.
You shouldn't have chugged. You were gonna beat him.
This card is like, I want to have the effect of Akanai, but I don't want to have to run Akanai in my deck. So I'm going to play a 2-mana spell that does the same thing as playing a 4-mana Akanai, but because of Control Priest, you don't really need things on the board. You just
Monkey.
play the Akanai usually naked, just by itself.
Monkey.
And no, I don't mean literally naked. It's a
You didn't
gaming
need to
term.
chug, you
Anyway,
were beating him. You didn't need to chug.
literally all you do is you just play this, and then you do whichever you would usually
You made
do.
him run.
Like,
I was gonna odd shot
for-
that, but you made him run.
for 2 mana, you can basically clear their board Flame Strike style. I just play this and then Circle of Healing for 2 mana instead of 4, which is usually what it is. And usually the Akanai survives right after that, but still. Anyway, in Arena, this card sucks. Never gonna see this card in Arena. It's epic, bad.
In general, I've noticed that they're following a trend that commons are good, epics are eh. I'm not gonna say
No,
eh.
rares are mediocre. Commons are great. Rares are yeah, pretty good. Epics are bad.
Yeah.
And the
epics-
legendaries are varying quality so far.
Epic, especially in these cases, they're bad, but they're good. It's
Yeah, I can
and
agree
it's-
with that.
And it's whether or not you really want it or not. And dependingly, some of these cases, it's like it's not good enough or it is good enough.
Yeah, this one's good enough, I'd say.
Yeah.
This one could be used and constructed, but in
I'm
Arena,
glad they did that.
in Arena, this card will never be seen. And if it is, it'll be, you literally had no other choices, and you do kind of have a few of those heal effects that might be pretty decent to combo with this card. But otherwise, no, it's not gonna.
Like a drink of potatoes. Drink some potatoes and shut up. Thank you.
Delicious potatoes. Herald Village. I think this card is very cool, but it's kind of impractical, a little bit. You have to have a board full of stuff
done?
that does things, like death rattles or
Damn.
some kind of, something,
True.
like that. It's a lot of healing and stuff like that. And then you play this guy, and he copies all of them into 1/1s. So first of all, you have to have the board to do that, which means you can't have any more than 3 creatures. Because if you play Herald Village at 3 creatures, he summons 3 more creatures, so you're at 7. So if you have 4 creatures that you want to copy something, make sure that the 3 that you first played are the ones you want the effects for. Actually, it'd be 2. The first 2 that you had to you played are the ones you want effects for, because everything else won't get copied, and so on and so forth, until basically if your board's full and you play this guy, nothing's gonna happen. So in Arena, this card is bad. I'm just gonna throw that out there. That no way this card's gonna be good because it's a combo card. I already said that earlier. Combo cards aren't really gonna be great in Arena 9 times out of 10. In Constructed, this card could be pretty decent if you can construct the board to do that, to do such. But I don't know. I'm struggling to see where this card's strength is. It's kind of Death Rattle, kind of like the king of, or it's kind of like it's kind of like the Brawl, where if you had like a bunch of really. The issue with this card in the Brawl though is the Brawl. It was like everything was 1 mana. It was 1 mana 1/1s, copies of everything you played. So you could play like Ragnaros at 1 mana, and he would deal us 8 damage for 1 mana. And then if you had this card, you could copy that again, and then you would have 2 Ragnaros. But you got to think of this now in actual real constructed play. You have to play in a Ragnaros for 8 mana, and then have it survive, and then play this guy to get a second 1/1 version of Ragnaros that doesn't just get removed the next turn by like a ping or something. Yeah, sure, for one turn I guess you get 8 more extra damage, which could mean the game, but how is that really going to mean anything, right? You have to have that on the board and have it survive long enough for that kind of effect to really take any kind of real effect. So this card will have varying use in Constructed depending on how good the deck building skills of the player who has it, and otherwise in Arena it's not going to be used, and there you go. Alright, let's move on to the next one. The next one we have is Rogue. And we have Bladed Cultist. Combo, gain +1/+1. I've not seen this card before. So that means on turn 1, it could be a 2/3. Could be Zombie Chow for Rogue.
How though?
You would have to backstab and then play this card for it to be comboed.
Which means coin.
Or you could coin it, that's true. Which, you know, would be crazy. If you have 2 Bladed Cultists in your hand, you coin on turn 1 and play both. And then you have 2 2/3s on turn 2. On turn 1. Yeah, basically. So, really good card in Arena. Like, I'm just gonna throw that out there. That's like, whoa, that's a crazy 1-drop for the Rogue. Comparable to a Buccaneer, but maybe not better than a Buccaneer. Maybe a Buccaneer kind of similar in strength. This card is only okay because of its combo effect.
Layers with you?
But
I think it's okay.
But it's okay. This card isn't insane, but it's not bad either. This card is okay. In Arena, this card is actually pretty decent, I would say.
I guess because it's a combo card, later game it's going to have some presence.
Yes, like Cody said. Because it's a combo card, it doesn't have 0 presence late game, even though it's a 1-drop. Like if you top deck this later game. Because you can play something else and then play this guy, and he'll at least be a 2/3 for 1 mana. You didn't spend a whole lot of mana to make him at least something more than trash, but late game, he's definitely not going to be a late game card. If you get this guy late game, basically your draw was terrible. I feel bad for you.
Your draw was terrible, but it's better than nothing. It's better than them getting their one. Their 1 mana garbage card.
Exactly, like Cody just said. It's better than them getting their 1 mana garbage card, because yours will at least be a 2/3 and not a 1/2, basically. Next.
Tell them how potato juice is good.
Oh, the potato juice is so delicious. It's almost kind of like it's a cherry vanilla kind of flavor to it.
A cherry flavor with a little bit of vanilla?
Yeah, cherry flavor with a little bit of vanilla. Vanilla cream, you could say. Yeah. 3 mana, deal 5 damage to an undamaged character. So, backstab on steroids. How is backstab on steroids? Cody, what do you think?
I'm eyeballing that card.
I think this card is good. I think this card has the potential to be good. Because
Tell him.
Cody's eyeballing this card. And it's not even a Whispers of the Old Gods joke. I think this card is...
eyeballing that card.
I think this card is good because 9 times out of 10, and I know I say that a lot, but it's because it's true. No, it's not potato juice. It's a joke. He poured the soda that he had into the potato can.
What the fuck, potato juice?
Dance game. Yes, potato juice. Dance game. No, but this card is really good. It's 3 mana. Okay, so here's the can, the potatoes, whole potatoes, and he put he had a can of soda.
Quiet.
Okay, he's gonna produce the can of soda in a few moments.
Boom.
Wrong side. See that? Cherry, vanilla cream, haha, that's why I made the joke.
Now put
He poured
put it inside of it.
and he poured
Now put it inside.
he poured it in here.
No, don't pour it. There you go.
Anyway, that's what happened. That was why the potato juice tasted like cherry vanilla cream. Anyway, back to this card. This card seems like
super duper duper. So she's delayed like at least a minute behind us.
Okay. Well, you'll see that in a minute then. Anyway, this card.
Good card.
I think it's really good because of the fact
I
that
don't know.
it can remove large body things, because if it's 6 health, you can do this and then stab it with your dagger. I don't know.
Just keep going.
Anyway, you can do this and then you can stab it with your dagger, and that's 6 damage for 3 mana. Well, basically 2 mana invested, but still 3 mana. That's pretty strong. And then anything that's under 5 health or 5 health and under, I mean, dies flat out if it's undamaged.
These are yours.
Yes. Very much. I'm just trying to talk. I'm trying to, But yeah, I think this card has very, very large amounts of strength. I think this card will be really great in Arena. Like, really good. Like, Backstab is insane in Arena. This card, I think, will have similar implications because of the fact that it just upright... Okay, no worries. I want to interact with the chat as much as I'd like to continue doing this, but I'd like to interact with my chat as much as possible as well. That's why Cody hooked me up with the chat. I honestly didn't even think about it at first. I was just getting into this because I really wanted to do this really well. But anyway, okay, so we'll move on to the next card. The next card is Southsea Squidface. Interesting name. It's a 4-mana, 4/4 pirate. Death Rattle, give your weapon +2 attack. I think this might be... Oh, hello. That's a tiger. Hello, tiger. Hi. What's going on?
She's coming to see Squidface. South Sea Squidface.
Southsea Squidface.
Squidface.
I think this card is the Piloted Shredder for Rogue. I think every Rogue should have this in their deck. Why not? What is the downside of this card? It's a 4-mana 4/4, so even if you just play it as a 4-mana 4/4, it's good. Even if it gets silenced, it's good. It's a pirate, meaning you could run it in a pirate deck. What else? My brain stopped. Oh, like Raptor Rogue could use this. Unearthed Raptors, 3/4, 3-mana 3/4 steal, or copy the death rattle of one of your other friendly minions. So basically, what? Really? Hello. Okay.
Sack of Tiger potatoes. After you had your potato juice.
Oh, no. She's wanting to go though. Okay. Anyway, this card is just good. I don't see any downside to this card. So it's great in Arena. It looks like it would be great in Arena. It's great in Constructed. I think this card is insane. This is another one of those really insane cards. And I'm glad Rogue got an insane card because the nerf to Blade Flurry was hard. Very hard. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, I think this card is great. It'll be run in Arena. It'll be run in Constructed. Yeah. Journey Below. 1 mana, discover a Death Rattle card. What do you mean?
Oh, the museum curator, right?
Yeah. So
it's a
Priest
1
gets a
mana-
1 mana, basically museum curator.
Pretty good.
Seems pretty good.
Literally,
But-
if you want.
But the thing about it is that we don't get any other classes cards. We just get rogue cards. So what could be really cool is you journey below, and then you get our friend here, Mr. Squidface.
Wait,
Seems pretty good to me.
Is that how that works? You're sure?
Yeah, you discover a Death Rattle card.
Yeah, but that's Death Rattle from anything.
No.
Sure.
No, Discover is class specific. All Discover effects are class specific.
So the curator only gives you...
Priest Death Rattles and neutral Death Rattles.
Curator only for Priest?
Yeah, the Priest only card. Yeah, it's a LOE Priest only card. Yeah, so I think this card is cool. I don't know how practical it is though. It's like a turn 1. Oh, you know what this card is? This card's a combo activator. You spend 1 mana, you discover a Death Rattle card, but then you also activate all combos. I didn't even realize that until I just said that just now. Yeah, it's a combo activator. That's cool. I like that. I don't know how good it'll be in Arena. I mean, it might be okay. Again, it's a good combo activator, so it could be used in Arena and Constructed. I don't know how much we're going to see it in either, but I have high hopes for this card. I think it'll be pretty cool, especially like Death Rattle Rogue. Death Rattle Rogue will probably run this card, most likely. But yeah. So, what was your official opinion on it, Cody? You think it's cool? Cool. Yeah.
Especially since you woke up my eyes. The whole reason why it's great. It's a combo activator.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's great.
Undercity Huckster. I like this card.
Okay.
Cody's opinion?
You already.
I like this card.
Yeah, I like this card.
Why?
Because my opinion's tainted already.
No, it's not.
I like it.
Wow. All right, I have to say nothing.
I can't say my.
I have to say nothing when I look on a new card because then I will take.
Yeah, it's got to be me first, otherwise, you know.
Oh, okay. Well,
remember, we haven't been doing that.
Okay. Undercity Huckster is Death Rattle. Add a random class card from your hand to your hand from your opponent's class. So the reason why this card is really good is because it's a huge.
Guy is
it's huge,
and he's from Undercity, clearly.
Well, of course, Cody. Those are some obvious things that Undercity Huckster has going for him. This guy is really good because he's. No, that's not why. That's not why. Hold on, one more. Sorry about that. One moment.
Had to cough.
Had to cough, and I have to open up my own chat so I can be watching myself. Because, you know, watching myself, Kappa.
On yourself there, huh?
Okay, so while this is happening, let's talk about this card. This card is really great. It's playable on turn 2. It's a 2-mana 2/2. It's a Death Rattle, so you can get it from like things like Journey Below. Adding a random class card to your hand from your opponent's class could be really awesome.
I think this makes like probably more solid. I guess all of the Death Rattles makes Journey Below a solid card. So the more of these that we see that are solid, the more that we.
Yep, like Cody is saying, basically the more solid Death Rattles we see coming in for Rogue, the more solid we know that Journey Below, or Journey to the Below or whatever is going to be good. The cool part about this card is the fact that if you're playing against any class, you can get that class's crazy card. Like if you're playing against Paladin and this dies, you could get Tyrion. You know, if you're playing against Priest and it dies, you could get, you know, I don't know. I can't think of anything good right now, but that's, you know, like Holy Nova or something. You know, something like you could get a board clear from this that Rogue doesn't usually normally have. So this could really help. It's kind of like a Burgle, but it instead of playing Burgle and getting, you know, and gaining nothing, instead of gaining nothing, you know, by playing Burgle and that's it, you play 2/2 and it's basically like a half Burgle. You know, it's a 2-mana 2/2, but you only get one card instead of 2, but you actually played something instead of playing nothing. So I like this card. I think Arena is this card will be good as well. Constructed would be good because of Raptor Rogue and things like that. So no problem asking. I think it's a good card. All right, next one. Cody's opinion.
Apparently, tea is really expensive in the end.
Yeah. Cody saw that from a comment. But
draw a card, add 2 extra copies of it in your hand. I like it. I think depending on, as long as you don't have crap, like as long as you don't have crap in your deck, this is gonna be an amazing combo card. Like this is gonna be amazing, like oriented oil rogue type deck card. Because then you're gonna get it, and you're gonna get 2 copies of it. The only problem I see with it is if you have crap in your deck to get you there, and you draw the crap, and you get more crap. I think this will be a good value card if you have not crap.
It's a good value card, exactly like he said. The tempo of this card is almost too steep, the tempo loss. Like, you have to basically... it's another win more card. Basically, if it lands on something amazing, you could win more with that. but you have to basically be in a good standpoint. You can't just be like empty board turn 6, play a Thistle Tea, or you're basically just forfeiting the game.
As you've said before, it's a rare, which meaning it is meh.
No, I said rares were mediocre. Now I need like a spoon for those. Gotta scoop them out of the butter. Anyway.
Butteriness. The health stream.
Yes, butter and popcorn. So healthy. In Arena, this card sucks. This card sucks in Arena. You would never pick this card in Arena. Ever.
If you did, smack yourself.
It's like picking gang up in Arena. No.
No, it's like picking game over in Arena.
Ha. It's like retiring your deck in Arena.
I don't know if I'd say it that hard.
Shadowcaster. Cody's opinion?
Choose a friendly minion, add... you said that this would literally be the constructed nightmare, where you'd pick Van Cleef, and then put Van Cleef in your hand for, yeah, a little bit less 1/1, but much less cost and much easier to combo. And anything that's really good for comboing, like the Shadowpan Rider or whatever, put a copy of it that you can combo for badass, and now it's a huge body, and, you know...
I think this
Basically,
card...
put cards like Ragnaros in your hand for 1 cost, 1/1, boom.
I think this card's insane. I think this card is like the crazy comeback card, the crazy like win more, but not just win more. That's what this card is. That's what the good cards of Hearthstone are. The good cards of Hearthstone are win more, but they don't require you to win more to be better. I mean, to be, you know, for it to be good. Meaning, basically, it wins you more if you're winning, but it can also do the, you know, it can also pull you from the depths. In that, like Cody said, you can copy any card that's friendly, of course, that you've played, and add a one copy to your hand that costs 1. If you have Van Cleef on the board and you play this card onto Van Cleef, Van Cleef comes back in your hand with one less attack, with one less attack than he usually starts with. He starts as a 2/2, but it costs 2 less mana, which means you can now combo what's his name? You can combo Van Cleef
Questing.
really hugely. Questing Adventure, Cody's pointing out. You could put a 1 mana 1/1 Questing Adventure, which is the same thing. He's a 3 mana 2/2. But when you play him, every card you play after you play him, he gains +1/+1. So, yeah, for after the first
on board, having, you know, comboing out a Van Cleef, copying with that card some more Van Cleef / Questings or whatever, and just continuing to just put these big ass, you know, holy shit fests on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, Cole's streaming right now. On his channel.
So,
She's the...
depending on the thank you for the host, Monkey. I appreciate it.
Almost.
Oh, okay. We'll catch him when he comes in. Anyway, basically, this card is really good. You can put a 1 mana 1/1 Ragnaros in your hand. It's basically like take the Herald Village card and make it good. Oh no, I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, like this card is more playable than Herald Village will be, because Herald Village.
Isn't he a legendary?
Yes. This card will. The reason why this card is better than Herald Village is because of the fact that
You can have 2.
you can have 2, like Cody just said.
He's easily more
She's way more easily craftable if you need to craft her or want to craft her.
She's a turn earlier.
She's a turn earlier than Village, because Village is a turn 6. Yeah, basically she turns into Herald Village if you want on turn 6 if you play her and then play the 1 mana cost or whatever it is.
The problem where you fill your board and your Herald Village effect may not work or may not work as well. It doesn't fill your board. It lets you decide when you want to put it out.
Yep. That, and you don't have to have a large enough board for it to mean anything either. Like, okay, basically, depending on how you want to play this card, you could play it with something really low value, like, not low value, but I mean, like, low, that's valuable, like a...
Get hosted? LGRE.
Basically, like, you could play Unearthed Raptor on something, Death Rattle,
GR.
capture the Death Rattle, and then play this card on the Unearthed Raptor. So basically, on turn 9, you could play Unearthed Raptor onto something that has a Death Rattle. That's cool. So turn 8, you could play Sneeds. This is just hypothetical, of course.
He may have gotten it then. I can't see, of course. You can't. That's mine, remember?
Yes, he is hosting me. Thank you, Monkey, for hosting me for 3 viewers. I appreciate it, sir.
Damn.
All the viewership counts, no matter how big or small it is. I appreciate it. So basically, on turn 8, and this is just hypothetical, of course. On turn 8, you can play Sneeds. Sneeds Old Shredder. No, you can't. It's a GVG legendary. Fuck. Shit. What's a really good Death Rattle 8? Is there a good Death Rattle 8 other than Sneeds?
Ragnaros.
That's not a Death Rattle.
Ragnaros.
Okay. You're discounting what I'm saying.
Here, hold on. Go.
Okay. Like Cody's saying, you could play like 8. You could play Ragnaros, and then turn 9, you Shadowcaster the Ragnaros, and then play him again. But I'm looking for something else, like you Death Rattle. Okay, you play some strong Death Rattle on turn 8.
Here, we're about to see it.
Okay. You played the strong Death Rattle on 8 that we're about to see. Just type in Death Rattle. And then look for something 7+. Wow. Okay, so there is no good turn 8. Okay, so scratch that. You would play Sylvanas or Karen. Or Karen.
It's working now, Monkey.
You could play Karen or Sylvanas.
Did you hosted again?
It only said the first time, but yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Anyway,
Sylvanas,
Sylvanas or no, Pilot Sky Golem goes away. Karen or Sylvanas. So you play, like, let's say you play Karen in a 2-drop, right, on turn 8, and then on turn 9 you could play this chick. No, on turn 9 you play an Unearthed Raptor on the Karen or the Sylvanas or whatever. Then you play this chick onto the Unearthed Raptor. Then you play the Unearthed Raptor on the Unearthed Raptor, and there you go. You have 3 Death Rattles of the same effect for 9 mana. Silence that.
Wait, does the
Mass Dispel that, Priest.
does if you copy the 1/1 with the copy, does when you replay it, does it give it the Death Rattle and the Death Rattle copy? Copy the base, copy any of the things on it, right?
Unless you have Bran out on the field, it only copies the effect once, if that's what you're meaning.
Okay, if
so if you have
your
a
Raptor copies Anubisat Sentinel and it has this on it now, if she puts that in your hand, does it mean it still has Anubisat Sentinel's effect on it?
You're not putting it in your hand; you're putting a copy.
You're just copying the Unearthed Raptor. Got it.
So this card, amazing.
Really good, like you said, if you have like Sylvanas.
It's like
really,
a
really,
win
really
more,
Sylvanas.
but also a comeback card, which is rare, and that's usually what good cards are consisting of. So amazing. Would you play it in Arena? Probably not. I don't think you'd get enough value out of Arena unless you had some kind of really good draft to go along with it, like an Edwin or something in your Arena. But otherwise, I don't. Or questing. But otherwise, I don't see a large enough bonus to play it with Arena. Blade of Cthulhu. Whoa. 9 mana 4/4. I remember seeing
Destroy
this.
a minion?
Destroy Battlecry. Destroy a minion.
Destroy a minion?
Battlecry. Destroy a minion. Add its attack and health to Cthulhu's.
Amazing.
So basically, whoa. So this guy's removal, and he adds whatever he removed to Cthulhu's attack and health. Whoa.
Now, Cthulhu could already be on board at this point, and he still gets big.
Wherever it is. On the board, in your hand, or in their deck.
The only problem is Big Game Hunter. Big motherfucking Game Hunter. gonna be like the have two of Big Game Hunter. I think I'm gonna make. Okay, hold up. How much is Big Game Hunter?
It's an epic, which means you're gonna have to
Big
pay like
Game.
a legendary worth.
All one word. Oh, he's not. Okay.
He's gonna be 2 legendaries to craft goldens. That's disenchant. That's enchant.
There you go. Not
So a
two
golden
legendaries, one.
legendaries. It'd be a golden legendary worth if you were to craft both.
Yeah, and that's what I'm probably gonna do. Because Big Game Hunter already confirmed as of their buffs and nerfs that he's not gonna be any less useful. He's gonna still remain as useful.
These are gonna be harder to play.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to this card. This card just makes sense. It's a 4/4. It's 9 mana. You're sitting there going, why does that make sense, Cole? Because 5 mana, there's a 5 mana spell in Rogue called Assassinate. Assassinate does what? Destroy a minion. Does Assassinate target enemy minions only, or can you target any minion with Assassinate? Like, can you assassinate your own
Only
Sylvanas?
minions.
You have Hearthstone up, right? Thank you, Cody, for the host. I appreciate it.
I was trying to do that first.
Okay, cool.
Got shown.
No, you didn't. I was just wanted to see. Assassinate. Should be 5. Craft, yeah. Destroy an enemy minion. Okay, so this guy, you could even do this to your like own Sylvanas, and then steal something huge of theirs.
Or remove garbage that they put on your playing playing against like a heroic. Like blow up a heroic's garbage that it gave you that you're like can't get rid of, like a gothic or whatever. You know. Blow up
Chat.
Huh?
I've just realized something. Ancient One. And a neutral card made from 2 Blood of the Ancient Ones combined together. Make a 30/30. Blade of Cthulhu. Turn 9. Kill the Ancient One. Turn 10. Play Cthulhu. That's hilarious.
Wait.
Oh my goodness.
What turn are those?
Turn 9 is when you can play a Blood of the Ancient One. If you have a Thaurissan, you can play it turn 8. So you can play a Thaurissan Blood of the Ancient One on turn 8, and then turn 9 play another Blood of the Ancient One, and it combines into.
Wait, no, he's not. That's right.
No, it's not. He's BRM. Combine
How
that.
many more days until these packs are openable?
What is today? 22nd. 4 more days. Well, 4 more days from today, which is now tomorrow. Do you get what I'm saying? It's 1 a.m. It's 1 a.m. Friday. Yeah. Anyway, so this. Yes, exactly. Light bulb appears. I finally realized this card is amazing. This card is so good. The only reason it's not good is because it's 9 mana, but the reason it's 9 mana makes sense.
Seeing
Now-
as how you can probably have tomb pillagers, you coins and stuff, and other.
Yes,
forms
the
of-
ability to make things cheaper via Thaurissan, coins, things like that.
to make
This card,
amazing.
yes, this card is amazing for the cultist rogue, for the Cthulhu rogue.
You know what the best part about it is that you can draw it late game, like top deck it, and it's automatically a good card no matter what, because automatically, no matter what it is, even if it doesn't have a great target, like even if it doesn't have like a Ragnaros, which you can't easily destroy and whatever, you get this and you blow up anything and you get a decent body and your Cthulhu gets more shit. All around good card. Should be 10 mana. Kind of broken.
I
Yeah.
disagree. I think 9's fine.
Assassinate is what, 5 mana?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I
4
guess
mana,
it
4
is.
4. It's perfect.
So it
It's-
adds a 5 mana of Assassinate.
Yep,
except you can
it's
pick
perfect.
anything.
This card is amazing. I love this card. Will it be actually super useful? Questionable.
Useful in Arena.
Well, it's not there in Arena, but I'm
That's what
saying,
I'm saying, just-
will it be usable? I don't know. We'll have to see. Zoril Poison Mind. I like this card. I like this card a lot. I think this card's amazing.
I've already talked about this card. I give it okay.
You give it an okay?
No, I mean, like, I can't really talk about it. I've talked about it before.
Oh, they don't have the toxins. I'll show you guys the toxins. Hold on one moment.
I guess for plus.
Yeah. Let me get the toxins real quick. Okay. That should be it. Let's see if we can. Okay. So, oh gosh, it's still really small. Okay, I'll just read these off since they're kind of hard to read. The first one is Blood Thistle Toxin. It's return a friendly minion to your hand. It costs 2 less, so it's basically Shadow Step for 1 mana. Briar Thorn Toxin. Give a minion +3 attack. It's basically a Blessing of Might. From Paladin. Fade Leaf Toxin. Give a friendly minion stealth until your next turn. It's basically Finicky Cloak Field, the spare part, which is going away. Fire Bloom Toxin. Deal 2 damage. It's basically Arcane Shot. And then King's Blood Toxin. Draw a card. That is probably the best toxin that there is. That is the one on the farthest right. There is no comparable card for 1 mana to draw a card. So, probably the best toxin. His thing is just like Toshli, the GVG legendary. He has a Death Rattle and a Battle Cry, which means he gets one automatically when you play him, and then when he dies, you get another one. And if you have any kind of like Unearthed Raptor, you can copy it. If you have the Shadowcaster we were talking about earlier, you can play that on him, and then play him. You get another one, and then you can that 1/1 version of him can die, and you get another one. So. Really, really good card. I like this card a lot. It's basically the Shredder, except you can only run 1 for Rogue. And I already said that about the Squid Face. So, there you go.
So,
basically 2 Shredders for Rogue.
Yeah, it has a couple.
Has 2
Didn't we already say that back when we were talking about the other one, where it was that copy of Death Rattle for, I think it was Hunter?
Yeah. Let's see, was there any other ones that needed to show off something else while I'm here? That didn't? I don't think so.
Master any good?
No, very bad. Echo Medivh?
Died before, so.
Echo's okay. Do you need to craft it? No, it's wild. Alright, oop. Get rid of those. Okay. So, next card, Shaman. Starting Shaman, next class. 1 mana Primal Fusion. Give a minion
Bomber, no.
give a minion +1/+1 for each of your totems.
Heart.
Demon Heart's a GVG card, don't worry about it. TGT, not good. Bulls GVG, don't worry about him. TGT, okay. Not good, not bad. Anyway, Primal Fusion. Cody, your thoughts. 1 mana, give a minion +1/+1 for each of your totems.
Okay. Because of like Totemic, Tuskar Totemic, and the totem synergy stuff that you can do. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Cody. This card's okay.
It's okay. Kind of disappointing because it makes you want it to be better, and then it's not.
Mm-hmm. You want this card to be Mark of your Saj, and then you realize
You want it
it's
to
not
be
good.
0 mana. You want it to be 0 mana, and it's not.
Mm-hmm.
You want it to be 0 mana and it not take a card slot, like be on a like be on a creature.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you want all spells to be. You want all spells to be not spells, cannot take things out of your deck. Creatures that you play, and they do that anyway.
Yep.
And if they are spells, you want them to be like...
Really impactful.
You want them to be like...
Light Bomb. You want them to be Flame Strike. You want them to be...
Yeah. You want them to be something that does something that isn't just like...
You want them to be ridiculous, basically.
You want them
to
to
be...
a dead
If they
piece
had a
of
body...
garbage.
You want it to be... If it had a body, it would
It'd
be broken.
Yeah. There you go. My thoughts on that.
Yep, I completely agree. I think this card is only good if you're running mid-range Totem Shaman, which we've seen in the current meta is garbage. I don't know, might get better in the next expansion, but otherwise, this card seems okay.
Steamwheel Sniper any good?
No, not necessarily.
Good.
I said already it has varying uses.
Could I create it? Like, should I create it?
It's wild only. No, I wouldn't waste. Stormcrack, 2 mana. Deal 4 damage to a minion. Overload 1. Cody, your thoughts?
Pretty good. Sort of like Crackle, what Crackle is and will be gone for.
Yeah.
Except Crackle is sort of a face thing, whereas this is sort of saying, we saw what you did there, Crackle Shaman. We don't want you to do that anymore.
As much as Blizzard would like to Shudu on Aggro Shaman, they've done nothing to Shudu on Aggro Shaman.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Crackle's the only thing that Aggro Shaman is
That's
losing.
what I'm saying, though.
So if anything,
they saw it and were like,
Aggro Shaman can run Stormcrack now and actually feel okay about trading by using Stormcrack to trade for them while they do other things.
I still think I think it's a good card.
I think it's good for mid-range, which is what Shaman's heading towards, just mid-range. So Totem Shaman and stuff should actually come back. So this card might be okay, but I don't know. I don't know if it'll be good. It'll just be okay. And this card, yeah, this card will be good for mid-range Shaman. Arena on this one, no. No, just no. Don't ask. No. This card, yeah, Arena should be pretty good, actually. Could be comparable to like a, like the Shadow Strike from the Rogue. The 1/3 mana deal 5 damage to an undamaged character. That might be pretty good. Right. Next card. Next card is Flame Wreathed Faceless. Whoa.
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa!
Where do I start with this card, guys?
Let's skip this card.
Whoa.
No, I want to skip this card because, and I don't want to say. I want to say the reason why I want to say skip this card is not because the card isn't good. It's because the card is so good it's not talk aboutable. Like the Overload can be overturned by like Flame Shock, which it's the same cost as basically making Flame Shock free. For a 4-cost minion, any 4-cost minion now that somehow a piloted 4-cost falls out, that can come out. There's no downsides to it.
Recombobb. Recombobb
Yeah,
can
Recombobb
now
can now pull this out.
Yeah.
There's no downsides to this whatsoever.
The Master of
death.
Evolution, which is a new card that's going to be coming up, we'll see, that increases +1, so you can turn a 3-drop into this.
There's no downsides to this. The only downsides are Big Game Hunter, Death.
All the large removal, which you want them to use on a 4-drop. Wow, this card's insane.
I really don't want to. Yeah, like I said, I really don't want to keep talking.
We will
about
come
this
back
because,
to this card.
because
This-
it's so.
We
good.
will come back to this card after we're done with all the other cards, unless we see something else like that. Evolve. Transform your minions into random minions that cost 1 more.
I don't even want to do that. I don't even want to come back to it. There's no reason.
Abusive Sergeant. He got wrecked.
He's becoming even greater. He's getting in there and fighting Maggot.
Yeah. Whoa. What about this one, Cody? What do you think?
If all your minions are damaged, and they were all like awkward things, like feel the power of Tryhard Wing.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Not good. I like it a lot. I think I'll run 2 of them in my deck. The problem is, will you get them and have the boards to sustain them?
Well, think about it. It's 1 mana. Wouldn't you rather upgrade anything?
Totems will be 2 costs?
No, I think the totems are 1 cost.
Are you sure?
I think so.
They're 1 cost?
Yeah, I think so.
Damn. And then
Either way, 1 mana, upgrade anything on your board by 1 mana cost. Now, that could be bad, it could be good. Like we've seen with this insane card right here, you could have a 3-drop that you evolve into a 4-drop that's this thing with 0 drawbacks. It's just a 7/7 now. Anyway, Master of Evolution, the thing I was talking about earlier. This is Recombobulator's badass, kick-ass, like, Duke Nukem brother. This is Recombobulator's Duke Nukem older brother right here.
And this is only for Shaman?
This is Shaman only. It's a Yeti that has Recombobulator's effect, but
I think we
better.
need a different card color for Shaman and Mage. I think dark blue, light blue, like a orange, or like a brown.
Orange was Druid in
My point being, I think we need a different color.
Brown is Druid in Hearthstone.
Okay. That's my idea.
I did. Anyway,
I know you did.
So.
Really good. Really good. Really good.
I think
really,
this card
really,
is.
really
I think this card is another one of those insane. This is the Piloted Shredder for Shaman. Yes, this is.
Who doesn't have a Pilot Shredder then? Warrior?
Well, I don't know. We haven't seen Warrior yet. Paladin, I don't think had a Piloted Shredder.
They did.
Nope. I can scroll back up and see. Ooh, elevator up real quick here.
What's the chat saying?
Elevator up real quick here. Save Flame Wreath face till the end. No, not till the end. Just till the end of Shaman. Okay, so we keep going back up here. Let's see. Yeah. Paladin didn't really have a 4-drop that was insane. No. Yeah, Paladin didn't have a 4-drop that was insane. The only comparable card that could have been a Piloted Shredder for Paladin is this card. That's it.
It's not a minion, but it might as well be counted as a minion.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll jump all the way back down. Yeah, no, we'll come back and talk about this card. We will.
There's no reason to talk
but there's
about
no
it.
reason
so
to talk
good.
about it right now.
It's so good. It's wrong how good it is.
Okay. This card is if played by itself, is good. If played on something else, is amazing. This card should always be picked in Arena. This card will be in every Shaman deck if you're good.
Because it can be played by itself and be good. It can transform your other stuff and...
Well, the only reason that it could be bad is because it upgrades something into non-value. Like, let's say you have a 4-drop that's pretty good value, like a Yeti.
But you don't do that unless you know... Like, if the Yeti is a 4/5, if the Yeti dies...
Or the Yeti gets to like a 4/1, and then you upgrade it into a Bomb Lobber.
It heals and gets more damage. And may lose some damage, but it heals, regardless.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Okay, like Cody said. Alright, next thing. Thing from Below. Cody, your thoughts on Thing from Below?
Huh?
Your thoughts on Thing from Below?
Thing from Below. Taunt, 6 mana, plus for each totem you've summoned this. Amazing. Top tier.
Yep. I completely agree with Cody. I think this card is amazing. You're going to be playing your totem. You're going to be playing your totem a lot, especially if you're playing Totem Shaman, mid-range Totem Shaman. It's just good. Even if you do your hero power once on turn 2 at the very beginning of the game, this card will be good. Because a 5-mana 5/5 with taunt is good. It's very good. So, Arena, you're probably actually going to be hero powering a lot more often than you do in Constructed. So this card might actually be insane in Arena. But I don't have enough experience in Arena, especially Arena Shaman, to say whether yay or nay of this card. But I think it'll be good in Constructed, and it'll be pretty decent in Arena. So, yeah, so good it's wrong, so good it's badass. Exactly. Eternal,
So it's just awesome.
Eternal Sentinel.
Did we say that Shaman was the new OP? Like, badass?
Yeah.
Okay. That's why.
Cody, your thoughts on Eternal Sentinel?
Unlock your mana crystals.
Holy crap! Flame Shock, you came to us in a dream. This card came to us in a dream, and its name was Flame Shock, and now it is here. Eternal Sentinel. This card is amazing. This card gives body to the 2 damage that is Flame Shock, which is what we needed. We needed the body. We needed Flame Shock to be a body and not 2 damage. This threatens, damaging or killing things on the board. It threatens being evolved from different things. It threatens, This card's amazing. This card does what Flame Shock does, but it gives you a body on the board instead of just dealing 2 damage to something. Card's amazing. I think this card is great in Constructed. In Arena, maybe not. Maybe not so much. First of all, it's a epic, which means you'll rarely see it in Arena. And if you do, it's an okay 2-drop. I mean, it could be used to counteract some of your overloading in Arena, which is actually very costly. So, I don't know. It could be good. But, no, Constructed, this card's amazing. In Arena, I don't know. I don't have enough Shaman experience in Arena to say yay or nay. Hammer of Twilight. Cody, your thoughts?
To equate the cost of the creature itself, so to speak, of the 4/2 creature into the actual cost of the hammer, I'd say it's okay. I'd say because it's an epic, it's yeah, it's epic.
I think this card's amazing. Weapons are the only thing in the entire game that can't be silenced. Spells can be silenced in the fact that Counterspell can stop it from happening. But technically that's the only spell silence, obviously. But anything that usually has a death rattle, meaning you have to wait for it to die, means it's a minion. And minions can be silenced. Weapons cannot be silenced. Weapons can only be destroyed, which means their death rattle always goes off. So even if you play this weapon on turn 5 and attack with it once, and your opponent oozes it or Harrisons it, or Bloodsail Corsairs it, don't know. Anyway, whatever, your opponent somehow destroys your weapon, you still get the 4/2 elemental, which I think is cool. Let's see, do they have the elemental? They do. That's cool. I like that elemental. And it's 3 mana. For the purposes...
So it's a 2-cost 4/2 weapon.
That's amazing. 2-cost 4/2 weapon.
Imagine a 4/2 weapon that costs 2.
Every person
play it at turn 5 because
you're playing a
minion.
Yeah, you're playing a 4/2 along with it. Playing a 4/2 that's stuck in the hammer until you destroy it. Yeah. I think that card's good. Let me see what are we talking about here? No. For the things below, the thing below is every time you play a totem, this card costs 1 less to play. So let's say, actually, now that I think about it, if you play Tuskar Totemic, which is a 3 mana, 3 mana or 2 mana? I think it's 3 mana, isn't it? Yeah, 3 mana, 3/2, summons a random totem. Every time you play any kind of totem, no matter what it is, whether it's from Tuskar Totemic or your hero power as Shaman, the thing from below, reduces in cost. So it starts at 6 mana, 5/5 taunt, and then every time you play a totem, it loses a mana cost. So you play 1 totem, it'll be 5. You play 2 totems, 4. 3 totems, 3, so on and so forth. Does that make sense? That should help you grasp that card a little more. So see how good that card can be if you're playing a lot of totems. Then this card could be amazing because it could potentially become a 0 mana 5/5 taunt, which is pretty good. Okay. Then we come to the Shaman Legendary. I believe was the first class legendary that we were shown. Cody, your thoughts? Alaziel the Ascended.
Very good.
Cody gives it a thumbs up, says very good. I agree with Cody 3,000%. This card is amazing for Shaman. Any damage you spend or any damage you deal heals you. So you don't have to worry about, like,
you could play this card and you could like Storm Crackle something for 4 damage and heal yourself for 4. And as long as you keep this card alive, you basically can continue to heal yourself, and you can use weapons and stuff. Like you can use Doomhammer, you can use the Hammer of Twilight, anything that like really like requires you to use your face a lot. Yep, no problem. Anything that requires you to use your face a lot, like a lot of like weapons and stuff, which Shaman has a lot of weapons, but is afraid to play them 9 times out of 10 because they're just afraid they'll die. Helaziel kind of remedies that, in that you can play him, you can play spells, you can play weapons, and you don't have to worry about dying. You just play Halaziel and kill, do damage with spells, and then you heal yourself. Now, obviously, keeping him alive is the tricky part. Most of the time, I'm assuming as soon as this card gets played, your opponent's going to focus fire it. That is actually a good thing in its own thing, because it basically is a 4/6 with taunt.
Which actually means 6 health stop that much damage from your hero.
Exactly. It's like a 6 health absorption, in that it's a taunt if they have minions, or it's a spell absorber. It's like a spellbender from Mage.
The only thing it's weak to is AoE.
I don't even think that. It's got a sturdy enough body. The only thing it's weak to is like Flame Strike. And even then, it's not weak to Flame Strike. You would still have to take 2 damage before it died to a Flame Strike. But yeah, I think this card's great. Arena, it's a little questionable for Arena. I don't think it'll be super great in Arena. Hammer of Twilight, I didn't really talk about for Arena. I think it'll be actually really amazing for Arena. You just have to actually be able to draft it. It's an epic, so you're not going to see this a lot in the Arena. But when you do see it, it'll be a great weapon. I think you'll pick this card every time you see it, depending on how good the epics are. If the epics are really good, you might. But if you need a weapon, which most of the time the weapon classes in Arena, if you get a weapon, you're set. Really good. But yeah, in Arena, like I said, depends on your spell choices if you want to grab this card. Otherwise, it's not a terrible card if it's this card or Cho or Paggle. Like you'd pick this card, but it's not super great if you don't have like a really spell heavy deck from the Arena. So now we're moving on to Warlock. Possessed Villager. Cody's already giving me the thumbs up. Cody?
It's Zoo!
Zoo makes a comeback.
Zoo!
And here's the Shadow Beast. Oh, it's a Shaw Beast.
Yay!
It's a Shaw Beast. That's cool. Okay, so
Possessed Villager is
Possessed Villager.
Just a guy that's hit by the Shaw.
Yep. So, Possessed Villager. Your Saj, Shaw. Possessed Villager. I think this card is good, but I don't know. I feel like 1 mana 1/1 that turns into a 1/1 is kind of sticky. Like, it's hard to deal with, but I almost feel like it's just too weak. Like, if it was a 1 mana 1/2 Death Rattle summon a 1/1, that actually feels like that would be crazy. Not like crazy, but like really decent. Like you'd want to play that on turn 1 and feel like good. I feel like this card feels almost too weak to play. Like you might as well just play like an Argent Squire, because you almost feel like you're scared to buff this, because if you buff this, it's gonna die and then turn into a 1/1. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this card. I think I like this card. In Arena, it's great. You'd want to pick this card every time, because having great 1-drops in Arena is good, but then having sticky 1-drops that are good in Arena is really good. So this card is great in Arena. Constructed, I think it's going to struggle to actually find play. Maybe in like a Zoo, like I said, kind of deck, it would do pretty decently. But even then, it feels like there's better.
Gonna be wild?
No, there's going to be casual, wild, and casual standard, and there's going to be ranked wild and ranked standard. Yeah.
Standard?
Anyway.
No, I got it. I'm just wow. Wow.
Yep.
Too
Okay.
much.
Next Warlock card is Darkshire Councilman. Cody, your thoughts?
Summon?
Summon.
No, like implosions and shit like that, which is gone anyway. But
Summon, I think, is summon, not play. So
if you have
summon
one of
would,
those little things that she summons. At
yeah,
the end
Imp
of the turn,
Master, yeah, I think would buff him by 2.
Amazing. Amazing. Give him the right amount of stuff, and he's just going to keep going into the stratosphere.
Yep, I think I can.
I think they're adding too many things that are going to need removal. Not enough ways to remove. It's going to be like the sway is going to be so hard.
Yeah, like Cody's saying, that there's a lot of really like important targets. It's kind of like what Kriparian was saying. He was talking about how Inspire is a great mechanic in Arena and things because if it's allowed to get going, it just goes. It just takes off, and you can't do anything to stop it because in Arena you don't have a lot of removal. Well, think about it in a kind of different sense in that you have the large amount of removal that you do in Constructed, but you have to play some amount of minions. You can't just play all removal, or then you're just a fatigue deck. And then I guess that's a way to win, right? I mean, it's not like it's you lose if you play that way, but basically, it's like you have to choose your removal really, really carefully in the Whispers. It seems like in Whispers of the Old Gods, you're gonna have to is this target really worthy of my removal? And if it is, you have to realize you only have so much removal, and then you're gonna run out of removal, and they're just gonna have a lot of cool things to put out to have comboed like this. The same goes for you, though, is what I'm realizing. Like, it's not like your opponent's going to be the only one that has really cool cards like this to just stack on and make really big and make you have to deal with. You're going to have the same thing. So, I think Whispers is going to be really cool. I'm really excited for Whispers. I can't wait for it to come out. It's coming out in 4 days, so it'll be cool. Really.
Stay tuned. We'll be doing lots of Whispers.
Yep. I will definitely be streaming some Whispers, and Cody will be streaming Whispers. And
Are you doing it on mine or yours?
Probably mine.
Oh.
But yeah. That doesn't mean that I won't appear on Cody's and Cody won't appear on mine. But anyway. Next card. Oh, I didn't really talk about this card in the arena. I think it'll be pretty good in arena. There's definitely every card that can be crazy. Could be crazy in arena because there's no removal. And every time I say there's no removal in arena, I mean there's some, but compared to the large amount that there is in Constructed, you won't ever line up that much removal to be able to remove it. So, and if you think you have to be selective about your removal in Constructed after Whispers comes out, think about arena. Arena's going to be even worse because even if you have that removal, you have to make sure, is this the right time to use it? So, anyway, I think this card will be good in arena as well. I don't know if it'll be like a every time pick it, but it'll be pretty good. Next card is Usher of Souls. Cody, your thoughts on Usher of Souls?
Wow. Wow, there's just a lot of good cards coming in. It basically means that anytime it's just a solid body. Solid body all around. Wow. Damn.
I think this card's going to be great because you can run it like Cult Master. You basically on turn 5, it's like it's a pit fighter that has a similar effect of like a Cult Master. It's a 5-mana 5/6 that if you didn't, if you didn't have Cthulhu, which obviously there's a possibility you could because if you either already played it or something like that. But basically this card is like a pit fighter in stats, but every time something dies, a friendly minion of yours dies, you give your Cthulhu +1/+1. So it's almost, you can save it like a Cult Master, or you can play it like a pit fighter. And you can play it on turn 5 and have like a 5/6 body, and then have other creatures that you've had on the board. And if they die, this thing gives your Cthulhu +1 attack, but it's also a really strong body in that it's not just a pushover. It's not like, oh, because it's giving your Cthulhu +1/+1, it's a piece of shit itself. I think they really wanted to push that because They didn't want the cultists to be weak just because they're buffing Cthulhu. They wanted the cultists to be strong enough that even if they weren't buffing your Cthulhu, you'd still feel like you want to play them. I think that's what they were wanting to do with the cultists. So as such, as this is a cultist card, it will not be seen in Arena, even though, again, this is another great card for the Arena. I think all the cultists are great cards for the Arena. Every single one of them, if I remember correctly. Like, literally, every single one of them. So, with that, let's move on to the next card. Next card is Darkshire Librarian. Cody, your thoughts on Darkshire Librarian? Darkshire Librarian, the first of its kind to have a battle cry and a death rattle, but to have both be different.
Draw a random card?
No, battle cry, discard a random card. Death rattle, draw a card. So yeah, draw a random card, I guess.
It has to be played deck rather than battle crying it, so to speak. It has to be summoned.
Yep. Better question is, how do you do it? Because she's not a demon. Yeah, I'd say this one's not a great one either. Or like as well. It's like Cody's bringing up. You really don't want to discard a random card. You never want to discard a random card unless your whole hand is just schmegma, and then the only time that happens is when you draft a bad deck in Arena, exactly. And you have those cards, you're just like, I don't mind if I lose this Twisting Nether right now. I don't mind if I lose this Demon Fuse right now, you know? Like, if you have those kind of cards, then that's because you've either crafted a bad deck. Yeah, what a sweet little brat with a face to match it. Yes, exactly, Ashton. But yeah, this card is like, you don't want to craft a bad deck when you're in Constructed, or you don't want to have bad cards in your deck. So discarding a random card really hurts when you actually have a good deck in Constructed. With Arena, though, this card can be pretty decent because you could have those little cards that are like, Corruption isn't that great a card. I don't need to hold on to Corruption. I'd rather dump it and then Death Rattle and get a new card, get a better card without, It's basically, the Darkshire Librarian is basically like Loot Hoarder with +1/+1, but the +1/+1 is because your battle cry is discard a random card. That's what the Darkshire Librarian is. So you might as well just run a Loot Hoarder if that's what you're looking for, right? So, Arena, this card could be pretty decent, maybe not amazing, but okay. And Constructed, it'll probably won't be played. If it is, I'll be surprised. I mean, most of the time you'll just want to run, like I said, something like a Loot Hoarder in its place. This card is another reason why things like the Servant of Yogg-Saron card are kind of veritably bad. Spreading Madness. Cody, your thoughts? Card's variance for
Nope.
screwing you over is too high.
I just can't.
This card's variance. This card is Bouncing Blades, except Bouncing Blades at least stops when it starts when it kills one of your minions or one of your opponent's minions. Either one that comes first. This card will just decimate you and your entire board if you're not careful. Like, sure, it could be good if your board's empty and their board is full and you want to clear their board up and then play something. It's great, actually. Because the likelihood of you getting hit in the face more times than their minions getting hit is actually kind of low. But, yes. Oh, yes, Cody. The gnomes and the hearts. The cookie heart. Delicious cookie heart. Anyway,
I love the cookie.
I know. It's amazing.
You updated it and add more.
Yeah, I was going to say, I noticed. He did add more delicious cookie bits onto
It's
it.
now more of a teardrop-y heart.
But yeah, this card it's too random. It's like Kriparian was talking about back in GVG. GVG added hyper RNG, which was basically the RNG was so swingy, you lost or won the game right there on the spot based on the card and what happened. It was too much to it was too often that you would play this card and it would just completely destroy you or completely win you the game. And it was like those moments, the reason why you kept playing it was because of those, it just won you the game. You just won the game flat out because you played the card. But it's not always that actually even happens. It was most of the time it was like either it had a mediocre effect or it screwed you over and you lost the game because of it. I lost the game, by the way. I didn't play this game. Anyway, so I think this card is veritably bad. And
if you had some way to control it more, as in like control up to 6 damage of any random,
okay, so basically Cody was saying, like, if you had a card that allowed you to control random damage to an extent, like 5 or 6 random damage, you could choose where it goes, and then the rest is, is randomly split, then he could see this card being used as, like, something that could be great. But with this card being so random, it's basically like Bouncing Blades was for GVG for Warrior. You never want to run Bouncing Blades because you could just end up Bouncing Blades and killing all of your minions, or not killing all of them, but getting them low enough and then killing one of yours finally, and never touching your opponents even once. So, yeah, this card's not going to be very good. It might see play in Arena only because, like I said, it's like you need to clear their board up of whatever they have on it, so you can play some of your own, and it's good enough that you can tempo-wise play it and then play something of your own if their board gets cleared up by it. So, I don't know. We might see some of it in Arena only. I don't really see much of this card going into Constructed, though, to be honest. And if it is, it'll be like one of those crazy, clutch, handlock kind of, turn 3, clear their board up, possibly do a little bit more damage to their face so they can play Moltens and shit. Which, by the way, Molten got nerfed, so handlock won't really be a thing either anyway. Forbidden Ritual. Cody, your thoughts? So this card can't be played anything over 7 mana because you're wasting mana at that point. So for that very fact, that's silly. Second of all, this card could be good with things like Usher of Souls because of the fact that every time something dies, your Cthulhu gets +1/+1. So it could be 6 things that die to give your Cthulhu +6/+6. I'm not sure how this works with Darkshire Councilman. It might be amazing. You might summon like 4 things with Darkshire. You might play Darkshire Councilman on 3, and then turn 4 you play this thing and summon 4 1/1s, and then he gets +4 attack, so he's a 5/5. Don't know how that works. If that works that way, holy crap, that's kind of cool. I don't know. I just feel like with the, I'm not going to go all the way back up, but the Mage card with the, do a bunch of damage to 1/1s, Shadow Pain Horror, Shadow Word Horror from Priest.
I like when you said that, Shadow Pain Horror. It's like Shadow Word Pain to like.
Yeah, Shadow Pain Horror, exactly. It's like Cody said. It's like it sounded like something. Yeah, it was like, it's like Cody said. It's like, Shadow Pain Horror. It sounds like, it deals the Shadow Word Pain to everything. That's why it's like horror. It's horrifying.
It's like Shadow Word Pain is 3 damage. It just lowers the damage
by 1.
By 1, but then targets everything.
Everything, yep. Yeah, I think this card will be okay. I don't think it'll be good, but I think it'll be okay. In Arena, it will be okay because, again, it's something you can top deck in the late game. And you can even like tap first and then play this card because of the fact that you don't need to be at 10 mana to play this card for its full effectiveness. You only need to be at 7. And then you summon 7 1/1s. And that might be very hard to deal with in Arena.
Hell, you might have this card and be on turn 7 and have a raid leader play this for 2, play the raid leader for 2 mana or whatever. Or is raid leader 3 or 2? I think it's 3, right? 3 mana, 2/2, give all your stuff 2. So on turn 8. On turn 8, you can play raid leader for 3 mana, and then you can play this card for 5. Wait, no, you don't want to play this for 5, you want to play it for 6, so it fills up your board. So turn 9. So turn 9, you play your raid leader for 3, and you play this card for 6, and you have 6 2/1s and a 2/2. That could be pretty strong. I mean, I don't know. In an arena sense. In constructed, this card just doesn't seem that good.
Forbidden Rituals, all the Forbiddens are very
Niche-y.
good, but meh.
Yes, exactly. Like Cody said, all the Forbidden so far could be good, but meh. Except for Forbidden Shaping. I think Forbidden Shaping could really have some strength, even in constructed. So, yep, that's my feelings on that card. Those are the tentacles that are summoned, the icky tentacle. Renounce Darkness. Cody, your thoughts?
Give me 1 second, I'm fighting now.
Okay. Renounce Darkness. The 2 mana replace your hero power and warlock cards with another classes, and they cost 1 less.
We've already talked about how bad that's going to be.
Yep. So, with this card, the reason why this card is going to be so utterly and completely terrible, as much as it sounds like a really cool and interesting thing, and it actually is, I actually kind of think it's really cool, is that this card, what the cards it gives you are random. So, you could replace all of your really good high quality warlock cards like your Doom Guards and your I don't know, your your Void Callers and your stuff like that, and literally get like 10 Tunnel Trogs and Shaman hero power. Sure, they're all free Tunnel Trogs when you get them because they all cost 1 less, but you replaced your actual high curve minions / whatever. It doesn't recompensate for what curve you had when you dropped the cards that you had. So like, let's say you had a 6-drop, a couple 6-drops, a 4-drop, a 3-drop, and a 2-drop. It doesn't give you a couple 6-drops, a 4-drop, a 3-drop, and a 2-drop. It just gives you whatever the fuck it wants. So, I don't know. Like I said, like Cody said, this card is invariably terrible. There's no way, like, if it let you discover a new hero power and hero cards, that might actually be a little better. But even then, you might still end up getting screwed with the random card RNG and get a bunch of nothing. So, it's completely up to the RNG on this one. Hell, the other converse is you could get a bunch of big stuff you can't play. Like, let's say you're a Zoolock and you dump all your zoo cards with this card. You could get a bunch of like high cost creatures that aren't necessarily good. Like, you get Paladin and get a bunch of like Cobalt Guardians or something. Now that's wild because Cobalt Guardian's getting removed with GPG, but something like that where it's not a really great card but it's a high cost. So you get a bunch of them, and sure, they're 1 less than they were, but you can't play a bunch of 5-drops on turn 2 or 3 or 4. You can only play 1 5-drop once on 5, and then you can only do that once on 6 with a 1 mana something, and then once on 7 with the 2 mana something, all the way up until turn 10, and then finally you can play 2 of them. Right? Doesn't sound that good, does it? So, I don't think this card will ever get picked in Arena, and if it is, it'll purely because of the fun factor. For like I want to see what, class I'm going to get, and, blah, blah, blah. And, you're probably not going to win very many games that way. But, and same with Constructed. We'll see some fun decks come out, but no actual competitive decks will have this card, I'm thinking. So, that, on to the next card, Doom! Cody, your thoughts on Doom? I agree 100% with Cody. This card is a nope. Nope, nope, nope. No. Nope, nope, mm-mm. No. Nope. Not a single part of this card is good. Its mana cost is too high. Its mana cost is too damn high.
It's too damn.
Its rarity cost, its rarity level is too damn high. Its effect is too damn high. And what I mean by that is destroy all minions.
Card slots if the board was.
Yep. So as Cody just said, you would literally mill 4 cards if your hand. If this was the last.
5 cards because you'll draw.
Yeah. Okay. So if this was the last card in your hand on turn 10, and both sides of the board were filled, you would mill 5 cards because you would draw 4.
What did you say?
You draw 14, which is 10. Your hand can only hold 10, so you draw 10, and then you draw 4 more into burn, and then you would draw 1 more when it came to your turn again and burn that. So you would burn 5 cards if both sides were full, and even if they weren't, if there are 10 minions on the board, you would draw 10 cards and burn 1. If there are 9 minions on the board, sure, great card. That would mean at least 2 of your minions, at the very least, would be destroyed automatically. So sure, this card is like comparable to Deathwing, except you don't get a 12/12. You get cards. It's another thing Cody just pointed out. It puts you closer to fatigue. So if you're like looking at a fatigue matchup, Warlock, you could get into a fatigue situation very easily. Drawing a lot of cards is not a good thing.
Because even though you're not going to probably be playing that long, and you're not going to be like a priest or a druid who might heal into that, you're going to be drawing into that.
So
you may not even be fatiguing. I mean, you may be down.
The only situation in which this would be good is the enemy has about 4 or 5 minions on board. You have no cards in your hand, or little or no cards in your hand. You top deck this on turn 10. You play this on turn 10, destroy all their minions, draw a bunch of cards. Another thing that this could be okay with is the fact that if you draw a bunch of cards, your hero power becomes less useful, which means Jaraxxus can be more easily played without feeling like, oh, well, I'm gonna lose out on that draw mechanic that I have with my hero power. Jaraxxus will be actually not beneficial, to be harmful. With this, you could say, yes, actually, I don't need Jaraxxus. I don't need to be Gul'dan to be able to draw cards. I can be Jaraxxus and play 6/6s and have this card to draw for me. Still doesn't fix this card's problem at all. This card is very bad. You will see it in Arena only purely because it says destroy all minions. It's the only reason. Literally the only reason. And even that is not a good reason to play this card. Or pick this card in Arena. And if people play this in Constructed, it'll be very niche. It'll be like Handlock, and it'll be like when the Handlock is low. Otherwise, it'll end up burning cards, and that's stupid. So, you might see Zoo run this only as like a last resort, like, I don't care what's on my board or their board, I need to reload. And it's turn 10.
Might end up winning.
Yeah, like Cody said, like a Murloc deck.
Because
be like, I'm out of cards.
You'll poop out cards and worry about them dying. Like, that is literally the only way I can think that's possible. Like, a Murloc will be like, I don't care about the necessity of these cards. I need cards.
Yeah.
Lives are of 0 importance.
Like Cody said, Warlock is like the only Warlock that would want to run this, because their cards' strength does not lie in their body. It lies in their number. So if they're lower in number, then they could sacrifice the body and draw more cards to have a larger number, and especially if it's wiping your opponent's board too. Otherwise, this card's bad. We spent too much time on this card. Let's move on. Cho'Gall. Cody, your thoughts on Cho'Gall?
Could be good. I don't like it, but it could be good.
So, I'm going to go with Cody on this one and say, could be good, but
You're
this
already
card...
hurting yourself, honestly.
This card feels like too much risk. It's kind of like Kripparrian was saying, if Warlock had like a Pyroblast, this card might be insane. Might be. That's the operative word. Might be insane. But as Cody pointed out, you're already doing enough damage to yourself as it is. You don't need this card's help. Especially if you're like
Like, this card's good if you play it on turn 7 and then, like, Shadow Flame Cho'Gall to, like, remove a large opponent's large board. Like, I feel like that's the only real time you would ever play Cho'Gall. Otherwise, I feel like you would play Cho'Gall and you, like, play a Dark Bomb. And it hurts you instead of costing mana. It's like, did you really need Cho'Gall in your deck to do that? Did you need to include a whole card of Cho'Gall to deal 2 damage to your face so you didn't spend 2 mana to play a Dark Bomb? No, right? I mean, I don't know. I think what I'm trying to say is I'm struggling to find a reason to use this card other than just having another strong card in its place. Like, when is there going to be a moment that you're going to want to spend your health instead of your mana to play something that you could have just spent your mana to play?
Yes, you're maxed out.
Like, the only time, like I said, the only other time I could think, other than, like I just said with the Dark Bomb, is like Shadow Flame. You, like, play this card and then Shadow Flame either one of your other cards, or you Shadow Flame this card. And then you can play that on turn 7 instead of having to wait until, like, you know, play it on turn 7 and then wait until, like, the next turn to do it. Yeah. So, in Arena, I don't know. This card might be okay. It's a War Golem, basically. I mean, woo, you know. It's a 7 mana 7/7. If you use the effect, you know, it might be okay, but even then, I don't see much of a use. And Constructed, I don't see this card being used much at all. And if it is, it'll be, like, very niche-y, like, you know, some combo that I'm not thinking of, you know, with some kind of power overwhelms and shit like that. So, okay, and with that, we're done with Warlock, and we're going into Warrior now. This is the last class-specific class that we have. This is the 9th class. And our first little buddy here is actually N'Zoth's first mate. And when Cody is done fighting Doots in the forest here in Dark Souls, he will give his opinion on that.
Done dying to dudes in Dark Souls? Sauce first. Good.
I think this card
in Warrior like a billion years ago. Weapon synergy, great 1/1 synergy, 1/1s forever, and they haven't been doing that. They have not given 2 costs, but not good 1/1s. That is a good 1/1.
In 1 mana cost.
That's what I meant. 1, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I agree. This is a great warrior card because Warrior needs good 1-drops, and they've never had good 1-drops ever. Their 1-drops have consisted of, like, Warbot, which is garbage. And getting removed. I think that's it. I think Warbot is the only 1-drop Warrior's ever had specific to Warrior, right? Am I right in that one, Cody? I think so.
I'd have to think about it.
Anyway, this card is basically like playing a Light's Justice in Paladin, except you get a body on the board. And you get the 1/3 Rusty Hook. Which I think, is that the next? Yes, there it is. There's the Rusty Hook.
That's really awesome.
Really cool. This is something that Warriors needed for a while, because you can play this on turn 1, and it gives you a pretty decent weapon to ping with, basically, like ping classes like Mage, Rogue, and Druid and stuff. Usually have that ability. Well,
Here in my channel,
basically this card gives the ability to
Does that sound better?
give that warrior the ability to ping like all the other classes. And like I said, still have a body. It's basically like playing a Light's Justice, but you still have something on the board that they have to deal with, whether it's, you know, with the ping themselves or another minion of their own. So I'd say it's really decent. Pushes for a good like mid-range kind of warrior. Less of this stupid control warrior or patron warrior garbage that we've been flooded with for the last forever.
It also equals sort of activator. You can.
Yeah, you can use it to, like Cody said, you can use it to execute.
Which is basically, you might get that if you late game.
Yeah, if you get it late game,
hit,
you can.
execute.
Yes, like I said, it's a ping. You can use it as a ping. And I just didn't put two and two together to say use it as a ping for execute. But yeah, so it's a great card and amazing in arena. I would say every warrior should pick up this card because weapons for warrior in arena are amazing, and this is a one drop and a weapon, so why not, right? Okay. Next warrior card is a Ravaging Ghoul. When Cody is done raping ints in the forest.
Deal 1 damage to all. I guess we've needed damage to all, but I feel like the deal 1 damage to all is getting old now. Like the fact that I don't know. I just feel like I feel it's
Whirlwind.
old.
It's Whirlwind except for not itself.
Yeah.
It doesn't Whirlwind itself.
I guess if you run that instead of Whirlwind, I guess expensive than Whirlwind, but you get a good body.
He's trying to say you don't have to run Whirlwind. You can run this card instead, and it's just like Whirlwind. Yeah. Or you can run Whirlwind and this card, so you have multiple ways to Whirlwind something. I like this card personally. I think this card is good. I think it's
wrong with the card. I just think the Whirlwind is getting old.
I could agree. Cody's basically saying that the Whirlwind mechanic of like hitting all creatures is really starting to get old, and I can
all creatures for 1 damage.
It's had its run. We need to switch the mechanic, I think. But this card just basically actually promotes more Patron Warrior, which is a little sad. But I like this card. I think it's cool. It's kind of like the Flame Caller or whatever, except you add +1/+1 to its body to make it damage your own minions, which in Warrior actually is not too bad. Depending on what you have out on the board, could be pretty decent. Like if you have Armor Smith or if you have Acolyte of Pain or anything like that that is okay with taking damage, or a Frothing Berserker, anything that's okay with a lot of creatures taking damage or a lot of your own creatures taking damage, this card could be really good. And I think this card will be good. So, Arena, I think it'll be picked pretty much exclusively for the 3-drop slot. I think it's really good board clear kind of thing which Warrior kind of struggles with as well in Arena because they usually don't get the brawl that they need. Is that a phantom from someone else? Oh, that's a real thing. What the flip?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, in constructed, yeah, this card could see some play. It'll be like a good, like I said, kind of like a mid-rangey kind of warrior could use this. Then again, I just see a lot of mid-range warriors for the 3-drop slot. Just pick the Fierce Monkey. They wouldn't want to go for this. Unless they're going for something patrony, which, they're going to want to deal damage to their own minions in a large amount like that. And then there you go. Patron, I guess it's perfect, so. Alright, so next card is going to be Bloodhoof Brave. I've never seen this card before. 4 mana, 2/6, taunt, enrage, +3 attack. So it can be a 5/5 if hit for 1. Taunt for 4 mana. Not bad. 4 mana, 2/6, Bloodhoof Brave, taunt,
pretty good.
enrage, +3 attack. It gives the warrior a little bit more option, a little more wiggle room in the 4 slot to be able to say, do you want to run this card or do you want to run Sen'jin? So you can sacrifice 1 health and gain 1 attack and run Sen'jin for 4 mana, or you can run this card, which can possibly be insane, as a 5/5 for 4 mana, where that basically means it beats the Sen'jin easily for the same mana cost. So this card obviously synergizes well with this card right here, Ravaging Ghoul. So, if we have more synergies like that, where, the card effect is much greater when accompanied with a Whirlwind your own board thing, then that might be, a good trend that we can see start to be set. Especially with one of the Warrior cards that Cody personally thinks is going to be good. And I don't know. I'd like for the card to be. I'd like the card to be good, but I just don't see its strength. Maybe with cards like Ravaging Ghoul, that's where we're going to start to see the strength of the Whirlwind effect really coming into play and actually meaning something. But we'll see that in a little bit. So that's the Bloodhoof Brave. In Arena, this card is definitely going to be good. I think. Unless you get something like one of the other... This is going to be it's not the piloted shredder in that it's the best 4-drop in the game kind of thing for warrior, but it's going to be a pretty decent one.
It'll be good. Piloted shredder, and that's pretty good.
Yes, exactly. Like Cody said, everyone else is getting a piloted shredder, so this is kind of okay. This is kind of like the piloted shredder-esque for warrior. Okay. Blood to Ichor. Right, Cody. I'm gonna look at this card. Damage to a minion. If it survives, summon a 2/2 ooze. Blood to Ichor. Deal 1 damage to a minion. If it survives, summon a 2/2 slime. That sounds really good. Sounds like another thing that'd be like, it's like a slam, except it doesn't draw you a card, it summons you a 2/2 ooze. And it's not like 2 damage, it's like 1 damage. Nice parry, Cody.
This feels. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, this feels like really cool. I like Cody just said. I like this card.
You know what I realized it is I feel like with that card they realized that people wanted to whirlwind specific characters like Grom, where you don't want to whirlwind the rest of all of them.
You just want to whirlwind one person.
You just want to whirlwind Grom. So this is sort of like the whirlwind Grom.
It's the inner rage. It's the cool Taskmaster. It's the
instead of getting a +2 on the creature on the said creature, you get
+2.
Yeah,
you get an actual body on the board. Yeah, I like this a lot. I actually like this card a lot. Now that we're sitting and talk about it, I didn't say I didn't like it before, but I mean, I actually like this card a lot now that we're sitting and think about the applications of it. It's like a whirlwind that you don't have to whirlwind your entire board with. You can just hit the one minion that you want to damage, like this Bloodhoof Brave, or like the or like whatchamacallit, like
Are you talking about us? Or are you talking
I can't think of the card right now, but anyway, Grom. You can deal the 1 damage to it without having to deal damage to your entire board, and summon a 2/2 slime. Now, yeah, it doesn't have charge, so which means that 2 damage, basically, like Inner Rage would charge the damage basically into that person, but it's a 2/2 body that they have to deal with.
Yeah,
and
bigger body,
and again, here's the
now...
here's the slime again for the warrior. It's the same thing as the druid slime, but that's cool. Yeah, so I like this card a lot. Applications in Arena, probably not too good. I mean, maybe it might be used as kind of like a slam-esque kind of card, where you're like, it's a 2 health creature, and you deal 1 damage to it, and then you deal 1 damage to it, summon the 2/2, and then deal 1 more damage to it some other way. Like basically, you use this as your ping in Arena, but you don't use it as the final kill ping because then obviously you wouldn't get the slime. Or you could, I guess, in like Desperation. Like if you want to really get rid of that thing with 1 health, you have your Blood to Ichor that you could kill them with it basically, but you don't ever want to really do that because then that wastes the value of it. But I don't know. I think it'd be pretty decent in Arena if you find the applications for it. Okay. Next card is Bloodsail Cultist. Kind of a crazy looking card. If you control a pirate, give your weapon +1/+1 is her battle cry. So, your turn 1 could be this little guy right here, N'Zoth's first mate. And if he survives for 2 turns, which is a little tough, depending on if you're going first or second, if he survives 2 turns and you play this little chick right here, the Bloodsail Cultist, you then get that little rusty hook that you had. There was a 1/3 turned into a 2/4. That's awesome. This card basically is what's his name? Captain Greenskin. If you have a pirate for 3 mana, and it's a 3/4, and it's a pirate itself. That's pretty sick. So this is Warrior's piloted shredder for pirate warrior.
That's a really good card. Just in general, it's a really good card.
All around, this card is good. Even if you don't have the battle cry for the pirate, a 3 mana 3/4 is good. It's basically compensatory to a spider tank in that it even has a synergy of a pirate, whereas the spider tank had a synergy of a mech. So this is a good card, really good card. I think it's good in Arena. I think it's good in Constructed. It's just a good card. I'd say.
I
Um,
agree.
Finding its application in constructed and arena might be a little tough actually, because you'd have to have a few more pirate cards actually in your deck, either in both arena or constructed, for this to like land on a pirate to give you that +1/+1 effect. Whereas you might just want to run a different 3-drop instead. But when this does land on it, that's insane. That's crazy.
That's great.
Then we have the Ancient Shield Bearer. Let's see, where's
I like how they've been doing balance around what they having problems with. That's not balanced. What are you guys doing? Is the dev team even playing their own game? And like, yeah, they are.
Yeah, like Cody's
Because-
basically saying, Blizzard, with this expansion, actually seems like they've actually been playing their game, whereas as previous expansions and adventures, it feels
It's
like
it gave too much gimmick.
it
not
almost
enough playing actual.
yes, it feels like that they're being too gimmicky and not actually like paying attention to what is working and not working in their game,
Because, like, literally-
balance wise.
Literally, everything so far has either been just below the mana cost in its balancedness plus an effect, balanced at its mana cost. Like 3, it's a 3 for 3, and it has an effect.
Yeah,
4 has a really good effect. 4, it's below its mana cost. It's a 7 for 6/6, but it has a really good effect.
Yeah.
Not specific to this one, much as I'm sure might actually have a really good effect. What is it?
Ancient Shield Bearer is a 7-mana 6/6. If your Cthulhu has at least 10 attack, gain 10 armor.
Sounds like, again,
So it's Shield
more
Bearer
of
on
those
crack.
things- yeah, sounds like more of those things. Like that kind of Reno. Yourself a lot. Give yourself damage. All the whatever. And the reason why it's not compensatory to its because
10 armor. That's insane.
It's got a really good effect attached to it.
Yeah, this is the only cultist so far that seems like she's actually under what she's supposed to be. But even then, if you played a 7-mana 6/6, you wouldn't feel too bad, right? I mean, obviously it wouldn't be as good as playing a 7-mana 6/6 that gives your hero 10 armor. But if you had to play this card as like I need a good body on the board, you're not going to cry, you're not going to weep, you're not going to concede, hit escape and go concede when you play a 7-mana 6/6. But think of the implications of when your Cthulhu is at +10, attack, at least 10 attack. You gain 10 armor. That's like playing 2 of the old Shield Bearer, which is getting removed. That's like playing 2 6-mana Shield Bearers at 5/5 each. So basically, kick their cost up by 1 and give them +1/+1, and then double their effect. Basically, brand their effect if you have Cthulhu. It's pretty cool. In Arena, we're not going to see this card because it's Cthulhu, but in Constructed, this has a fair shot at being in a warrior deck and being a Cthulhu warrior deck. Because what I see Cthulhu warrior being is more like a control warrior, where it kind of has like the Cthulhu cards, but it kind of controls a little more, where it's like you can have 2 of these in your deck, so you can veritably gain 20 armor in one game. So it's more of like a control style where you're like, I'm going to play these cultist minions and I'm going to kind of control the board, and yeah, you may remove them, but then when I finally do get my Cthulhu out, I'm going to blow your face up with my Cthulhu. Kind of like how Control Warrior has always been played, where it's like I kind of control the board and I maybe hit you a little bit, but then I pull out my Grombo and then you're dead. It's basically like combo Druid with the combo, of 14 health except 12. Don't put yourself below 12 because then you get Enrage Grommed and then you're dead.
True.
So I think that's how the Cthulhu Warrior is going to play, and I think that's actually kind of interesting. I actually think that'll be a fun deck to play. A control Cthulhu Warrior. Yeah, alright. That's the Shield Bearer. Here's the card I was talking about earlier with Cody, saying that this card is going to be good. With things like Ravaging Ghoul, this card seems like it will actually be a little better than I was giving it credit for. This is Blood Warriors. Blood Warriors is add a copy of each damaged friendly minion to your hand. So, basically, there was a card for Mage. There was, note the wording there, called Echo Medivh. And in Standard, that card will be removed. It was a GVG card.
very cool. What it did was it added a copy of every single minion on the board on your side of the field as mage and put it in your hand. So basically, warrior is getting a Echo of Medivh, except they have to be damaged. So the way you do that is you have your board, you play like a Ravaging Ghoul for 3 mana, and then you play another 3 mana of Blood Warriors, and you gain everything on the board that was just damaged by the Ravaging Ghoul. Or you could even, on 4 mana, have your board be whatever it is, Whirlwind, and play this card. And you get every card on your side of the field put in a copy into your hand. And it's really cool if you can combo that. But the issue is getting to that point to combo that. That's ultimately where the card can shine, or fail or shine right there all together. One moment. Sorry about that. Okay. So, yeah, basically this card has the potential to be really cool, really awesome. And I feel like this card feels like it wants to be like really, it's like that bro tier card. It wants to be the Echo Medivh, but it's not quite there. It's like, I could be the Echo Medivh, which, if you ever played Hearthstone and you played Echo Medivh Shaman, what the fuck am I saying? Echo Medivh Mage, that's a really, like, satisfying deck to play, because you just like play out like Sylvanas and you play like Molten Giants and shit, and then like, oh look, oh you can't clear my board, look, Echo Medivh, you're screwed, and and you just get a copy of everything you just had out on the field again, and you basically just play it all again, and it just felt really good to play that deck. So this kind of card like harkens to like, look, you can have that kind of fun again, but in Warrior this time. You just got to work for it a little more. It costs 1 less mana, but the costing 1 less mana is that they have to be damaged to copy them. So, I think this card has potential. Will it be amazing? We'll see. Arena, I don't see this card being relevant at all. Combo card, like I said, time and time again, combo cards aren't really great in Arena because you have to get all the combo cards together to make a combo. And it's kind of hard to do that. So, this card probably won't be amazing or good at all in Arena. It's epic, so you probably won't see it at all anyway. And there you go. So, let's see. Tentacles for Arms. Cody?
Bad. Terrible. Worst card they made.
This card is the worst card in Hearthstone. I'm gonna give my personal opinion on that one. I think this is the worst card that the Hearthstone dev team has made for Hearthstone yet. It is 5 mana. Is a 2/2 Death Rattle. Return this card to your hand. Okay, so like I said, not silenceable. This card is not silenceable. Cannot silence, weapons. So its effect will constantly happen. So for 5 mana, you have a permanent weapon. Okay. So how is that good? Let's think.
It's garbage.
It's not. That's the point. I'm just gonna stop you right there. It's not good. Don't sit and think about it. Never will a weapon that's 2/2 for 5 mana be good, even if it's an infinite weapon. Never.
Even if it's buffable, it's just not
Even if
good.
even if it's buffable, like Cody said. Even if you use upgrade or you use the little pirate we saw earlier, the Bloodsail Cultist. It's just not good. It's just terrible.
I guess if you only ran it as your only weapon, then you'd have to get it. You'd have to get it. You'd have to spend 5 mana every time it breaks. Every time it's destroyed, you'd have to spend 5 mana to put it back on. So sure, when you're at that moment, you're like top decking in Arena maybe, and you're like, no, even then it's terrible.
It's
Arena's the
terrible.
worst place.
It's terrible because you have to have a lot of health/armor to survive smacking your face that many times into something. Unless you're just using it to go face. And then, even worse of a card to use to go face. You might as well spend the 5 mana and pull out an Arcanite Reaper and deal 10 damage with an Arcanite Reaper instead of 4. This card makes no sense. I don't understand why they thought this card was good. I don't understand who in the dev team thought that this card would be like amazing.
Really, really bad.
Oh, maybe if you play like a buff warrior, you could like, buff it up and have like, I don't know, upgrades and Blood Sail Cultist. You could get it up to like, two upgrades
really
is like
terrible.
4/4, and then you could like double Blood Sail Cultist it, and it's a 6/6, man. What are you gonna do about a 6/6 weapon? Huh? What? Oh, Harrison, acidic what? What?
The most basic of cards.
What?
literally
Acidic
like-
Swamp Ooze?
Yeah.
2 mana, destroy opponent's what? What?
At least you get to call it back, right?
Well, you get to you know what? You know what? Even if your opponent destroys it, you know what? You get to put that shit back on. 5 mana. Yeah. No. No, Blizzard. No. Calm down, Blizzard Dev. Calm down. You didn't make a good card. I'm sorry. I don't want to burst your bubble or anything. This card is bad. Bad. This card is not playable in Constructed or Arena. If I see it in Constructed or Arena... Whoa, okay. Refocus here. Refocus.